Okay, good evening, everybody. Want to welcome you to the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee meeting on June 20th, 2022. So I guess the first thing we'll do is the oral communications. I just, as heads up to people, right now we have 44 people from town who are on the call, and I'm sure there'll be more joining. All right, so for oral communications, this is to
I'm sorry,
address-
through the chair.
Yeah.
Could I just take roll call first, please?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, we just want to get it onto the record. Jeff Alves.
Here.
Amy Armsby. Sarah Doherty.
Here.
Eric Doyle. Bill Kelly. Ann Koffsill.
I'm here.
Andrew Pierce. Al Sill.
Here.
Nicholas Targ.
Here.
Bob Turcott.
Here.
Janie Ward.
Janie, are you there? Well,
We see Janie.
we see Janie.
She also let me know she was taking care of a family obligation today and was going to do her best to be here for as much of it as she could.
Okay, great.
We still have a quorum. Sarah Warnikoff.
Here.
Helen Walter.
Here.
Family obligation. Did you call me?
I'm sorry. Chair Swisher. I'm sorry, Chair MacArthur.
All right. Thank you, Laura. Okay, so for oral communications tonight, people in the public can make comments or questions, but it really has to be something unrelated to the housing element, because that's kind of what we're talking about tonight. So people wishing to address the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee on any subject not on the agenda may do so now. And given that we're talking about the plan in its entirety, that's just want to note. Please note, however, that the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee is not able to undertake extended discussion or action tonight on items not on the agenda. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes per person. And then just another little housekeeping item. I just want to mention, I've got a family commitment tonight that was set long ago, and I'm going to have to cut out at about 5:50 tonight. And Vice Chair Al Sill is going to take over running the meeting at that point. Okay. So for oral communications, we've got Rita Comas.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. Today is Juneteenth, a federal holiday, a holiday that is, people have the day off. And I was surprised to see that not only this meeting was on the schedule, but that the town hall was open with workers. I don't know if our hourly workers are then going to have to get paid time and a half today. And if the consultants that are working and are on this Zoom call tonight are going to be getting paid time and a half because they're working on a holiday. But I'm really surprised with the equity in this town that that this meeting talking about housing and whatnot, that this wouldn't be a day off. I talked to our town manager earlier and I said, this meeting would not be happening on Memorial Day, would it? And so I'm sure I'm not the only person that feels this way, but today is Juneteenth, actually a day of mourning, not of celebration, but it is a holiday now. Thank you.
Can I quickly just jump in on that? Because I was in Sacramento today and our state legislature, and I don't know why the state of California is not closed because it's a federal holiday, but the state is open today.
Thank you. Okay, next up, Susan Ford Dorsey, go ahead. And right now we're doing comments on things not on the agenda.
Okay, then I raised my hand too early. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. If you don't mind coming back in a bit, that would be super. Thank you. Bruce Roberts. Anything not on the agenda that you want to address? Just pretty much anything not having to do with housing element.
Yeah, thank you. This is just to make sure that you all realize that several residents in the town, including myself, have brought an action against the town under the Brown Act. And we claim that any electronic communications among you or town employees during the meeting is a violation of the Brown Act. Of course, the court will decide that eventually. We've also asked for discovery for all text messages that occurred during the meeting. So just to make sure you're aware of that. Thank you.
Super. All right, Karen Askey, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. First of all, I agree with Rita's concern. That was one of my concerns about Juneteenth. And the comments I do have in the opening are related to the housing element, but they're not specifically in the agenda. So I'd like to just be very brief. Last week in the Planning Commission, Laura stated that approximately 450 residents, or about 10% of our population, received an e-notice regarding the public review of the draft housing element. My concern is, what about the other 90%? How do we ensure those residents have received appropriate communication regarding this hugely consequential issue for our town? I commend Rebecca Flynn for putting a survey out, but I want to let you know I am happy to volunteer my services in getting the word out. I'll go door to door in my neighborhood. I'll get others to do the same thing. I'll help with the creation and distribution of resident education and the survey by mail. And I'm sure I can rally others to build a team to support this important cause. I hope you will give this serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Dave Cardinal, go ahead.
Hi there. Yeah, quick note. I do some work with Stanford University, and it was business as usual there today. Everything went on as normal and no one was paid time and a half. So I know it's a federal holiday, but it was not something that I don't think you need to panic about, but just my 2 cents. I know it's an important holiday, but it's not like Memorial Day, at least not in the US today. Thank you.
Thank you. Christy Corley, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think we should marginalize Juneteenth, and it's a federal holiday and a California holiday. The banks are closed, the stock market's closed, the post office is closed. So would we really hold a meeting that's very important to the residents on 4th of July or Veterans Day? I'm just wondering. So
Okay.
I'd like to have the rest of the residents be available. And this is a 3-day holiday for many people in town.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Christy. All right, great. Okay, so that concern is noted. Appreciate it. Thanks. We're going to turn now to the meat of the meeting here. And right now we've got 61 people from town, which is terrific. I guess before we delve in, there's been obviously a lot of interest and discussion in town. And I want to thank the people who took the time to write courteous, thoughtful suggestions to try to help the process. Really do appreciate that involvement and the tone of those kind of communications. And there were some good ideas that came before us that we did consider. I also wanted to say that, it's kind of where the rubber meets the road right now with the plan. And obviously we're going to be talking a lot about that tonight. I know that people have emotions around this topic and strong opinions. I want to remind everybody involved here tonight that we've got some decorum that we laid out at the beginning as a committee that we want to continue to uphold tonight and going forward. And so that includes listening and being curious. assuming positive intent for everybody involved, including all the volunteers here on the committee and town council members and the town staff. It's, especially on Juneteenth, it's a good day to remember to respect differences. Want to maintain an orderly discussion, and if things start kind of going sideways, I'm going to, get things back on track. And then last thing is that we're here to seek consensus and, kind of get input on the plan. So I really appreciate everybody's help with all that. Okay, so now looking forward to a good discussion, and I'm going to turn it over to Laura and Cara. They're going to discuss the draft housing element.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. In case you don't know me, I'm Laura Russell. I'm the Planning and Building Director. Sarah, do you have your hand up before we get started?
I'm wondering, just because it's new and we've mentioned it a few times on council meetings, but perhaps not on the Housing Element Committee, is the little website that Craig Hughes created where everybody can see the attendees. I didn't know if we wanted to share that address with the audience right now before we get started. I just thought of that, sorry.
I don't have that immediately available in front of me.
It is, let's see, it's PV-Zooms, ZOOMS.rungie, RUNGIE.com. And I think it's
Thanks, Sarah.
on the website so that everybody can see who's in attendance. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Okay.
Okay, great. So I'm going to be giving a presentation that's going to talk about the Planning Commission feedback we've gotten so far in discussion, and some things to update the committee on. And then the town attorney will give some brief remarks at the end of the presentation. So if you're new to this meeting format, we have first the staff presentation, and then the committee asks us questions, any clarifying questions. And then is the public comment, and then the public comment time closes, and then we go back for committee discussion. So the purpose of the meeting this afternoon is to present the Planning Commission feedback to this committee on the draft housing element. They met on June 15th, and we want to get feedback from you on their initial thoughts. And then we want to receive any additional comments from this committee with a special focus on sections 6 and 7. And if you're new to the acronyms, this is the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee. That's the AHHEC here and throughout the different documents. And just so that everybody hears it a couple of times, then there'll be council review, and then we'll be making edits and incorporating all those into another version of the draft housing element. And then we're going to submit that to HCD, which is the State Department of Housing and Community Development, for their first review, moving towards certification. So you're familiar with what happened at the last May 24th meeting, but just some quick highlights. There was direction at that time to maintain a 20% buffer, but if adjustments needed to be made, if in doubt, round down instead of up and go a little lower instead of a little higher. There was a vote and a decision to maintain the current level of ADUs that were proposed at that time, and that's 92. And there was support for the ADU policies that were presented at that time. There was also recognition that the proposed number may be more than HCD, the HCD formula, but it was worth it to make a case for more ADUs. There was discussion about one of the parcels in the Northwest area. It's the vacant lot and what level to zone that at. So there was discussion about that, and the consensus ended up being 20 units per acre. And then there was a discussion about removing the Roberts parking lot from the inventory at this time, so there would not be an over concentration of development at the Northwest Triangle area. There's a lot of discussion about the opt-in strategy. And what we landed on was for it to be an alternative to SB 9. And that's a state law that allows up to 4 units where there's currently a single family home. We talked about how that would give us more local control, especially over setbacks. And there was an agreement to use that strategy only as much as was needed, and it should be at the lowest priority. There was also an interest in decreasing the density at the Glen Oaks property, if it was possible, to limit potential impacts on Alpine Road. So with all of that, we developed the latest version of the housing site summary. This is what's in the draft housing element. And several of you let me know, thank you. There's a typo, literal old-fashioned typo in this document. And so under the very low income category at the site at 4395 Alpine Road, it should be 2 instead of 7. The rest of the table still works out. So as a reminder to everyone, starting at the top, there's pipeline and pending projects. This includes the Willow Commons development, which is approved on Alpine Road. It also includes Stanford Wedge faculty housing, which is not approved yet, but currently under review. It includes projected ADU and junior ADU development. That's all included in one category. And that's allocated according to the formula that the committee discussed and told us to allocate according to that formula. So those are the numbers across that row. Then the Ford Field housing site is all within the very low income category. The vacant property on Alpine Road is zoned at 20 units per acre spread across the different income categories. The Glen Oaks housing site is included at mostly above moderate income because if it were to be developed, we imagine that would be for faculty or staff from Stanford. And then 4370 Alpine Road is a site that's intended for mixed use development at 6 units per acre. So that results in 9 above moderate income units. Then under affiliated housing, we've got 3 affiliated housing partners that are potentially interested in developing in the next 8 years. And those include Sequoias, where they're talking about doing 18 senior units and 5 workforce housing units. Christchurch, next door to Town Hall, we've assigned 6 above moderate income at this time. Their thoughts are still very preliminary. And then Ladera Church site at the edge of town is shown at the 20 units per acre density. And we've assigned those to 8 very low and 2 low income. Then the opt-in rezoning program comes in across the bottom, and that adds up to 12 units that we've assigned into that category, all above moderate income. So you can see at the bottom, the buffers turn out to be 21% in this scenario. So I'm going to go through the Planning Commission feedback, generally in the same format that was in the staff memo, where we talk about what is the thing that the Planning Commission was talking about, our staff analysis, and some more things for you to think about within that category. And then at the end of this section of the presentation, I'll show you all of the questions. And this is just to get the committee thinking about how you want to address or give feedback on the Planning Commission's feedback. So this is another step of our iterative process to try to make sure we've got the right pieces in the patchwork and make sure that each of those pieces is coming out in the way that people feel comfortable with. So the first thing I wanted to talk about is the opt-in rezoning program. And so as this committee knows, it's gone through a lot of different versions as we've been talking about it, and it's changed quite a bit. We have not changed the name of it because we didn't want to confuse people. So it now takes a little bit different shape than how we started, but we've kept that name so we weren't throwing another thing in there. And there were significant concerns from the planning commissioners and from the public that participated in the planning commission meeting about this program in general. You've received those public comments, so I'm sure you've had a chance to review them. So in terms of the staff analysis on this program, it represents a very small number of units, right now 12 units at the above moderate income level. This committee has previously expressed some concern for it, even though it has resulted in the last version that you did review. We've kind of gone back and forth on whether it was a good idea and in what forms. It is a potential way to distribute some units throughout the community, which has been a goal of this committee for many months as we've been working through this process. And it also could provide an alternative type of housing units. So if residents don't want to live in a large single family detached home, but still wish to stay in the community, it could provide something in between what we've got for ADUs and what we have for single family homes, and allow people to either be seniors and retire in the community, or accommodate different housing types that our housing stock doesn't necessarily accommodate as well now. So for the Planning Commission meeting and for this meeting, we developed some prototypes with our architectural consultant. These are just examples. So I want to make sure I'm emphasizing to committee members and the public, this is not a real plan. This is just an exercise to show the types of things that may be possible. And these scenarios are at the higher level of intensity, because we don't want to propose anything that could result in a higher development potential than people understood when we were talking about it. So think about this as being at the high end of what's possible. So we took this example site, which is about 1.6 acres. And we chose that. There's a lot of properties in the 1 to 2 acre range in town. And it also gives you a sense of what might be possible and a little bit bigger than a 1 acre site. We assumed a front setback of 50 feet and side and rear setbacks of 30 feet. We chose that number because it is, though it's not set in any of our regulations, it's a common setback that's being discussed for fire safety right now. So this was just an assumption that staff was making to have a reasonable assumption for side and rear setbacks. This is an example of 6 cottages, which is we were using a 4 units per acre model here. Each of these cottages would be 2 stories, but the second story would be only a partial height second story. And this results in each unit being 1850 square feet. So still a good size unit, larger than would even need to be required for kind of a family size unit that people could live in with a family. And then in this scenario, we've got a shared carport at the rear of the site with 2 covered spaces per unit. You would have a driveway that goes around to the back with a fire truck turnaround, porches for each unit, shared access drive, so you only have 1 curb cut. And then the open space between them could be a natural open space area, but perhaps some paths or some kind of shared or common open space. This is a second example using the same size lot. Both of these assume that the lot is essentially flat, or at least not steeply sloped in any particular direction. This assumes the same setbacks, so maintaining the 30-foot setbacks. In this scenario, there are 3 duplexes, and each of those duplexes is 2 stories, a full 2 stories in height. So this results in the same 6 units distributed differently along the property. It shows a shared garden or play area, shared access drive. Each has its own attached 2-car garage within the unit. And the square footage on this one is about 1680 gross square feet. So still a little bigger than you would need for kind of a family size 3-bedroom, 2-bath. So this gives you an example of the types of designs that might be possible in the way that we have the opt-in program in the draft housing element now. I also wanted to remind you about what SB 9 says, because we've talked about this, but it's really difficult to track all of this detailed information. So this is just a very simplified diagram, assuming a lot size of less than 3.5 acres today in town under state law and our local codes. You can have a primary house, and that's limited by AMFA, that's adjusted maximum floor area. And that can include a 500 square foot junior accessory dwelling unit already. Then you can have an ADU, and if that's detached, it can exceed our adjusted maximum floor area by 800 square feet. It's allowed to be up to 800 square feet in size, and it can have a 4-foot side and rear setback. You can also have an SB 9 unit, and that can be attached or detached. It can also exceed the floor area in town by 800 square feet. And it can also have a 4-foot side and rear setback. So this is what's in place today. So one of the things the committee might want to consider is to keep the opt-in program, but further restrict it. We could create a stronger connection to more of the typical building form in town drawing more on the missing middle concepts that this committee reviewed earlier in the process a few months ago. So for example, we may regulate it such that we would allow 4 to 6 units in one building that look like a large single family home. Maybe we could have a smaller unit or units that comply with the 30-foot setbacks. And then this would be more of a true alternative to an SB 9 regulation, but we would have more local control, especially over the setbacks and potentially over the design and the process, depending on where we end up. This could still allow a range of housing types, and we could think about this program more in terms of emphasizing people who want to live in a different housing arrangement. That might include multi-generational housing, a group of friends that wish to live together in retirement. It could be a small co-op. It could be siblings or families that decide to live together on a property that have inherited it. So we wanted to just think about any other options for the opt-in program that may reduce some of the community's concerns. So we also wanted to let you know what we think some options are from a staff point of view. So we proposed a revision, an alternative for you to consider, where we take the opt-in program out and instead add a small number of SB 9 units. So in the past, we've said that we don't think that we can create a strong rationale for a lot of SB 9 units, but we're hoping we could for just a few. And by doing this, it would reduce the buffer for the above moderate income category. So this is what the table would look like. It's included in the staff memo. The changes are down at the bottom where we take in the opt-in rezoning, take out opt-in rezoning and add in SB 9 units, take 12 out, add 6 in. Then the total units for the above moderate income category come down to 114, and that results in a buffer of 15%. People have had very different opinions about this. One planning commissioner said SB 9 comes from the state. They've already done it to us. You know, we're not going beyond it. Other people felt like the opt-in rezoning program offered them some different choices that they would like to see in the community. So we'd be interested in hearing the committee's feedback on these topics about how we go forward. So the next thing, this is a lot of text. It represents how tricky this part of the law is in implementing it. This is the buffer and the no net loss portion of the law. And so this is on everybody's mind. Why is the buffer needed and why does it need to be so large? And so as a reminder to this committee, there's a no net loss policy, and the law is referenced, I think, in our staff report. And we're required to have adequate sites. They have to be available at all times throughout the planning period, so the 8-year cycle we're planning for. And if we start to fall behind in any of the categories, then we have to replenish those sites so that we still have enough sites to meet our RHNA. And that's going to most likely happen if sites are developed with fewer units than what we assumed in the housing element, or if sites are developed for higher income or affordability levels than what we assumed in the housing element. And we don't have a lot of development in town, so we don't have anything to prove as our track record. In some communities, they do a lot of development and their codes are written in certain ways that they know what to expect from different projects. And we just don't know what to expect in terms of if numbers are going to be lower than what we've got in the housing element. And it is very common in many cities to have lower numbers. And so now for a small town like us doing this for the first time, we're trying to figure out how conservative to be. So when a development proposal is received by the town, then all the cities and towns must compare that proposal to the assumptions that are in the housing element. So it's everything that's on our site inventory. And if there's a shortfall, then we have 2 things that we can do. We have to either identify other sites that are eligible, or we have to rezone, and we have to rezone to accommodate that shortfall 180 days after the approval of the development. And that's pretty quick to be able to move forward on a rezoning when you think about all of the work that's gone into these rezoning discussions. So that's why having that buffer is important. You might also remember this diagram from your October meeting where we were talking about the buffer like budgeting. And we were thinking about in a budget, we want to balance and have backups. So we might want kind of an emergency fund of housing units so that we make sure that we're meeting our RHNA overall in case things don't go as planned. So if we end up with fewer units, we would already have the backup projects and then be able to meet the number of units that we're required to plan for. The next topic is related to ADU and JADU production. And the Planning Commission discussion about this was a lot related to the ADU allocation and whether ADUs and JADUs, how they should be included in the projections. So specifically about the income allocation, like this, what category do we put these in? As a reminder for this committee, that's based on the guidance memo from 21 Elements and ABAG, that's the Association of Bay Area Governments. And right now our allocation is 30% very low, 30% low, 30% moderate, and 10% above moderate. The committee has looked at 2 different allocations in the course of these 10 or so months. You considered the other one and you ultimately gave us staff direction to use this allocation. If we don't use one of these safe harbor formulas, there's only 2 of them, then for our ADU and JADU allocation, then we have to come up with a rationale, and that has to be based on evidence for how we're allocating those ADUs. And then in terms of the projections, a few more things on that. The HCD says that it needs to be based on the average of the last few years. And if we're proposing something different, we need to have a logical methodology and justification. And as an update to the committee, town staff did meet with HCD staff a couple of weeks ago. And we talked with them, our proposal to have 92 ADUs or JADUs. And in that conversation, they were hesitant is how I would describe it. And they said that that number that we were projecting seemed a little bit high given our past 3-year and 5-year averages. And so they recommended additional incentives. And they also recommended incentives that would be automatically triggered if the town is not meeting our ADU or JADU targets. And so staff did make changes to program 7-6 and 7-7 in response to those recommendations that they made. And that's included in the draft plan that the community has now. We haven't talked about this too much, but I wanted to make sure the committee is aware that the town updated its municipal code related to ADUs in 2021 to be consistent with state law, to reflect changes for ADU and JADU law. And at that time, there was a lot of discussion about the state law and the impact on the rural character and fire safety. It really included 2 big changes in terms of exceeding our floor area standard, but perhaps most importantly, allowing as low as 4-foot setbacks that are in the state law. And we received really strong and important public comments at that time that expressed a lot of concern about going down to 4-foot setbacks. And so these are some examples of some of those comments that we received through that process. Real concerns about jeopardizing public safety, separation between structures, number of people that we can't regulate that live within ADUs and junior ADUs, and then the potential strain on emergency response and evacuation resources. We also wanted to make sure that you're aware that the town has received correspondence from HCD about our town restrictions that are established for fire safety. And so it is possible that our local requirements that we have in place now related to our code for ADUs that are have minimal setbacks and our fire safety checklists may not pass HCD review as adopted. Now, staff will be working with HCD to explain those policies, and our goal is to have the Woodside Fire Protection District involved in those discussions with HCD. But we wanted to make sure that you know that there is a possibility that it may result in a reduction of local control for those ADUs with reduced setbacks. So those fire safety regulations that we put in place, it's possible that they may not pass muster, or at least we'll have to have a long conversation with HCD about them. So next is related to the legal status of Ford Field. At the Planning Commission meeting, Susan Ford Dorsey, who I believe is on the meeting this afternoon, is the widow of Thomas Ford, and she said that he dedicated Ford Field to the town under 2 conditions. 1, that the property be retained as open space, and 2, that the field be named after his mother, Dorothy Ford. And so here's an update on the latest information that we have. Staff has had preliminary communications with Ms. Ford Dorsey since the staff memo went out last Friday. We do know that the town purchased the property from a different property owner, or 3 owners rather, Hare Brewer and Kelly. The title report does not show any open space restrictions other than there are 2 deed restrictions that the town accepted when we got state grant money. So it's a relationship for a grant between the town and the state. And those only pertain to the field portion of the property and not to the open space portion of the site. So staff is continuing to review the record, and Cara likely has a few things to add to this when I'm done with my part of the presentation. But right now we know that town has control and ownership of Ford Field. The town can determine a density and design if a project goes forward there. We would do that in conjunction with an affordable housing developer. And we also can restrict the use of state density bonus. So those are all things that we've confirmed and wanted to bring to the committee's attention. Next, the Planning Commission had some what I would call kind of new ideas that they, I think, or kind of triggered off some other things that we were talking about in the meeting. We have 2 planning commissioners that sit on this committee, so they can elaborate on this as well. So this is a broad brush from a staff point of view. But the idea was to pursue what they called sunrise provisions, because we were talking about sunset provisions, and they said, what if we did that in reverse? Okay, so what if we came up with something that said, if the town is not meeting its numbers during the 8-year period, then additional sites would be added or programs would be added. Something would trigger automatically to sunrise to then come into effect. So it wasn't really well developed yet, but some of those potential solutions included increasing the number of ADUs and JADUs, or maybe having sites that would be added later in the 8-year time period. So they wouldn't initially be in, but they would sunrise if we weren't meeting our numbers and then come into play. So a subcommittee of the Planning Commission was formed to develop this idea more. And we told the Planning Commission that we would bring this idea to this committee for your thoughts and consideration, so that they would have your thoughts to benefit their discussion. So in terms of staff analysis on this idea, there are potential implications. We were just talking about if the idea was to increase the number of ADUs. We just talked about that we would need that rationale to provide to HCD to support those units. And then the community concerns about ADUs and the setbacks, and is that the right choice? And so this is really about priority balancing. So this is where we want to hear the committee's feedback and then the Planning Commission's feedback, and these difficult decisions ultimately lie with the council, but we want to give them the benefit of all of your feedback and discussion. These would be tricky to write, we think, because the triggers would have to be automatic and they would have to leave enough time to implement the sunrise site or program. So we'd have to really think about when would what are we evaluating? When would we evaluate it? How would we evaluate it? And then what would happen? So we would have to think in advance about what all those steps would be. We believe, staff believes, in order to potentially have that idea be certified by HCD. So looking in the big picture, we want to make sure that we recognize and staff says in a meaningful way, we know that this is a really important and meaningful change to the community. We do not take that lightly. And I know that this committee has not taken it lightly and taken their responsibility very seriously through all of this. There are stakeholders that are for and against almost every idea that has come up. And this is truly where priority balancing comes into play. And that's what we look to our appointed and elected officials to do. And we think one of the strengths, staff thinks that one of the strengths of the approach that we have now is that it's a patchwork. It brings together multiple strategies. And so the impacts hopefully are reduced by individual people that live throughout the community. So we've got site inventory, affiliated housing, ADUs and JADUs, and the opt-in upzoning. Maybe it'll be revised, maybe we'll have SB 9, but all of these things come together hopefully to limit impacts on too many residents. So these are the questions from the committee. These come directly out of the memo. So as we go through this, you might want to look at the memo that was included in the packet. These are just to get discussion going and to give you an idea of what kind of feedback staff would find especially helpful as we go forward back to the next Planning Commission meeting. So I won't read all these, but they're in those different categories and they're related to the Planning Commission feedback that they gave us. And then the second part of committee discussion is related to the draft housing element itself. So if the committee has feedback at this time, we are especially interested in the sections related to policy implications. That includes section 6, which is adequate sites, and section 7, which is goals, policies, and programs. Of course, you're welcome to give comments on any other sections. There's a lot of information there. And so if you have detailed comments like typos or minor mistakes, we'd be happy to receive those offline from you so we can clean those things up. But this is a draft that's getting ready to go to HCD. So the most important thing is to focus on the policies and the things with the big implications. So this is just a quick summary of how the word has been getting out and what the process has been. The draft housing elements available online. It's been distributed through all of our electronic means. The town committees were invited to discuss the housing element and provide comments. At the end of the comment period, which ends on July 8th, we're going to compile all of the comments and then the town council will review all of them. And then we'll incorporate those edits and send everything off to HCD. And we anticipate comments back from HCD in mid-October. Then we come back to this committee, do a little bit more nitty-gritty work together, and then that goes back through Planning Commission and Council, hopefully for formal adoption, or if we need to, back to HCD for another round of their review. So upcoming meetings include the Planning Commission meeting on the 29th and the council meeting on July 13th, both Wednesdays, both at 7. The Planning Commission meeting is still only on Zoom at this time, and the Town Council meeting is hybrid, both on Zoom and in person. So now I'll turn it over to Cara to see if she has a couple of comments to add, and then we'd be happy to receive your questions.
Thank you, Laura. So I wanted to touch on two issues in a little bit more detail. The first is Ford Field, and the second is increasing the ADU allocation. So with respect to Ford Field, as Laura mentioned, the town acquired the property in 1971. We have documents that show that the purchase price for the property was $90,000 at the time. We've reviewed the grant deed. The grant deed itself does not contain an open space restriction for the property. As Laura mentioned, there are two collateral deed restrictions relating to the baseball field that were imposed by the state as a condition of grant funding. We've also looked at the zoning of the property. The zoning has always permitted some residential development. It appears that the property was acquired with two sets of funds. One was a gas tax to develop a right-of-way frontage, And then the second source of funds was the open space acquisition funds. And those funds were primarily debt donations from private residents. And we believe that the primary donor for those funds was Tom Ford. And so there's also there's one document that indicates that Mr. Ford contributed $2,500 a year for 4 years to cover the maintenance in exchange for naming rights of the property. So that would have come after the property was acquired by the town. But we haven't confirmed that those payments were in fact made or the donation was accepted, but there is some indicia of perhaps a supplemental maintenance payment as well. As Laura mentioned, at the Planning Commission, there was some confusion because originally Susan Ford Dorsey had said that the property was donated by Mr. Ford. We've had subsequent conversations with her, and I think that we are both in agreement that the property was acquired by the town purchased the property, but that Mr. Ford was responsible for a portion of the proceeds or of the funding for that property through a separate donation to the open space fund. So given this history, it is our legal opinion that when the town purchased the property, the town council at that time did have an intention to use the property for open space and park use. However, there is a legal principle that that a current council cannot bind future councils with respect to future actions. And this is sometimes referred to as the inability of a current council to negotiate away or contract away its police power. So this is a very well recognized legal principle. It frequently comes up in the land use context. And what it means in the land use context is that a future council is free to rezone the property. So based on our review of the documentation, we believe that, and I think staff agrees as well, that the current council intended that at the time the property was acquired, it would be used as it was being used during the time it was acquired. And that was for an open space use. There was a pending development on the property, but it was being used for open space at the time and for the baseball field use. That being said, there was no formal deed restriction put on the property. And so we think that the current council or a future council could rezone the property. I will say that there are exceptions to this police power rule, and that where we typically see that exception arise is in the case of a development agreement. So if the town had entered into a formal development agreement with an applicant, then the town cannot change the actual zoning of the property unless it complies with the terms of the development agreement. That's the typical exception to this rule. So I also wanted to add with respect to the Ford Field is that in connection with the original work of this committee in terms of looking at the Nathorst properties, a couple of Nathorst residents contacted me and asked to look at and re-examine some of the town-owned properties that had been examined years ago as part of the ad hoc town-owned property subcommittee. And so I provided some title reports and documentation, and that really is the genesis of the current recommendation on the Ford Field. That this cycle came from some of the Nathhorst residents who reviewed the documentation, concurred with us that there were no deed restrictions that would impact the development of the Ford Field, with the exception of the two deed restrictions related to the state grant money. And based on that, recommended that Ford Field be used. And the reasoning that the Nathhorst residents provided, which I thought might be useful to this committee, were several, and I'll summarize the key ones. The first was that the use of Ford Field over the next two cycles they use the term spread the burden. And I know this committee has objected to that terminology, but it would, is in their words, spread the burden of affordable housing equally across all town residents. Use of the Ford Field is near an existing commercial center and does not impinge either economically or visually on any existing single-family neighborhood. The field has excellent ingress and egress in the case of an emergency such as fire. The Ford Field is somewhat isolated, meaning that should there be a fire at the field, it is less likely to spread to densely populated neighborhoods with single-family residences. They also noted that the baseball field itself is not that extensively used, and that Ford Field has an existing sewer line for connections. So I wanted to provide that additional background to the committee with respect to Ford Field. I also wanted to note that if we were to substitute Ford Field for additional units, if we eliminated it, we would of course have to designate additional units. And currently, all of the units allocated to Ford Field are low income. So if we were to say substitute ADUs for the Ford Field allocation, we would need approximately 155 additional ADUs to replace the very low income units designated for Ford Field. If we were to use that 30-30-30-10 formula that Laura mentioned in her presentation. So that's something that the committee would need to consider as well. Now, with respect to ADUs, which is the second issue I wanted to just drill down on a little bit, the staff and the town attorney do have concerns about relying too heavily on ADUs and JADUs to satisfy the RHNA. Laura has mentioned some of those concerns. From a legal standpoint, the major concern that we have is that we have the least amount of local control over ADUs and JADUs. At this point, the state law really preempts most of the town's ability to regulate JADUs and ADUs. So at this point, we have really zero discretionary ability to regulate the design of ADUs. We can adopt objective standards, but those are hard to do on a parcel by parcel basis. And the ASCC has been eliminated from the design review process of ADUs under state law. With respect to setbacks, the ADU law says that that residents and property owners are permitted there are certain exceptions to this, but for the most part, they are permitted to install ADUs with a 4-foot setback and a 4-foot rear setback. And as Laura mentioned, in the past, there was considerable resident opposition to the 4-foot setbacks, both based on privacy and, more importantly, fire safety. Laura mentioned with respect to the fire safety is that our opinion from a staff perspective is that the community is leaning towards and moving forward towards a 30-foot separation between buildings. This is a standard that has been talked about in the community. It was part of the petition to protect public safety. The Woodside Fire Protection District is looking at this 30-foot separation as something that to be incorporated into the next cycle of building code updates, which the town would also then adopt. And if we were to rely too much on the 4-foot setbacks that are permitted under ADU law, the ADU initiative would be inconsistent with a 30-foot separation that would move forward as part of all of the new work that the town is doing in conjunction with the Woodside Fire Protection District on building separation. Another issue to point out about ADUs is that the law really is not clear at this point whether local agencies can require fire sprinklers. There is an argument to permit us to do this, but it really is an unclear point at this point of law in the law. And then finally, as Laura had mentioned, HCD is taking a closer look at the fire safety exception that we developed in conjunction with the Planning Commission over a series of meetings. And at this point, HCD is questioning our legal authority to do that. And so we, again, are in a rather precarious situation with respect to not knowing how far we can go with regulating and imposing additional fire safety requirements. So for that reason as well, we are a little concerned about an over-reliance on ADUs. So with that, I will turn it back to the chair.
Laura, you're done.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, terrific. Well, really appreciate that. Was very thorough from both of you and very helpful. Thanks to you both. Okay, so now we're going to do questions from the committee, and then we'll go to the public for comments from them. Just as a note, we now have 83 people from town who are participating. Okay, Andrew, go ahead. Can't hear you. Can you unmute?
Yeah, two questions.
Yeah.
First question, how likely is it that HCD would approve any more ADUs than we're already putting in this plan? I guess is not, but I'd like to hear the staff take. The second question I have is, could we use the sunrise idea as a substitute for a higher buffer? In other words, the sunrise would be the buffer or part of the buffer. So if we want to go low on the buffer, which a lot of people want to do, if we have the sunrise in there, that's our way of saying we understand that we may need more. So those are my two questions.
Thanks, Andrew. In terms of the likelihood of HCD approving something, you know, it really is hard to judge, as we've been talking about. But we did have a conversation with an HCD reviewer that reviews housing elements in San Mateo County and talked to her about our numbers. She can't commit to anything until she formally reviews it in writing and provides written comments. But she indicated that the number that we had of 92 required robust justification. And we walked her through some of the programs that we had in mind. And she suggested that we strengthen some of those. And she actually suggested originally what we're now calling a sunrise. She actually suggested those types of programs that said if we weren't meeting our ADU numbers, then more incentives would automatically kick in. So if we're going to propose more ADUs, then I think we would really need to think about if there was any additional incentives that we could provide. And I think we'd have to really think about fair housing, AFFH implications of that, like this committee has talked about in the past. Your second question, can we use the sunrise as a substitute for the buffer? I think potentially, if we think about it creatively in terms of different parts of our patchwork have different risk of not being developed. So if we go forward with Forefield in our plan and we own that site, our risk of that not being developed is lower than people that are in the private market. So we could think of it that way. And if you directed us or planning commission or council asked us to, we could think about, if there's any other way to think about the buffer and the sunrise together. So it would really take some thought, but I think it's something maybe possible.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't actually advocating to increase the ADU number. I just wanted to hear formally that we're already pushing it as high as we can. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Nicholas, go ahead.
Thanks very much. I appreciate it and have successfully gotten myself off mute timely. So I feel rewarded for that. I think that the suggestion of HCD in terms of looking at sunrise opportunities and things that are within our control is akin to what the Planning Commission was talking about. And I think that there are a handful of ways in which those pieces could come together. So for example, if one were to look at, again, we were talking about a patchwork, if one looks at some of the other communities within San Mateo County, which have some elements that are similar to Portola Valley, such as Woodside and Atherton and Hillsborough, and look at the level of ADU production that they're including and that they have achieved, is very interesting to see that the town of Portola Valley has been functionally underproducing as compared to those communities. Those communities are suggesting if you scale them to the size of the smaller Portola Valley, you end up with a underproduction of 81 units, 76 units, and 18 units, respectively. So I'm suggesting that there may be a basis by looking at the actual production numbers of some of the other communities. Say, what is it that they have going on that we don't have going on? Maybe they're just more ADU or JADU spirited than we are. But there may be elements that they are undertaking that are different from the elements that we're proposing or that we have been undertaking. And it's worth evaluating that. And that could, with some consideration, be a basis I would suggest for staff's review and for this group's review as a basis. And because this is questioning of staff, I would say, town attorney, would that create a basis for, or could that create a basis for increasing our ADU by looking at comparative and in some sense similarly situated municipalities?
So I would say absolutely if you could identify similarly situated communities. I think that the problem is that with, say, an Atherton, they don't have the fire safety issues that we have, and they don't have the topographic issues that we have. And it is more reasonable to expect higher ADU production there. It's really tricky in Portola Valley. But if you can
Woodside
find a
and
similarly
Hillsborough, perhaps?
situated, I think maybe we would have to look at other, hillside communities and not necessarily limit it just to the Bay Area, but it's a tricky proposition.
So the other question I had is, I went back to look at Ford Field and I look at the general plan. And in the, both in the general plan and in the Alpine Scenic Corridor annexed to the general plan, it identifies in tasks completed that the property was purchased and is now in for the benefit of permanent open space. And I can direct you to that section. And I don't have a sense as to when the scenic corridor plan was put in place, but it seemed like an intention or an expression. So it occurred to me that one, it may be a contemporary statement. And two, it also occurred to me that looking at some of the language in both the general plan, scenic road and highway element, as well as in the scenic corridor, Alpine Scenic Corridor annex, that at the very least, there would be modifications, there would be presently inconsistencies with the general plan, and that would require amendment. Is that right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
So one of the thoughts that I had is, if you look at the increased numbers that some of the other potentially comparable communities have, if one were to look at the buffer that one has and potential opportunity for a contingent pool of units, Ford Field might well be within that potential. I haven't run it through the spreadsheet that planning director provided, but I'm wondering if that kind of conditioning would be something that in principle would be acceptable. Or would that be too far afield given what you're hearing from HCD?
So is the question, could we not initially include Ford Field on as a developable site and only add it if we are not meeting our numbers?
For example, in year 3, look to see where we are.
So in a scenario like that, we would need something else then to make up our very low income units. And we don't have a mechanism to do that. We don't have a site or a program to say we're going to achieve a certain level in order for Ford Field to be deferred.
So there'd have to be some other source, such as an advancement of ADUs through programs or things like that, or
Yeah, and we looked at Nathorst and building that out for very low income, and that met a lot of resistance in town, which is why we looked for an available site, and really the only one we could come up with was Ford Field to address that 50 units.
So it sounds like that's a issue that should come up in the discussion.
I agree. Okay, are you done, Nicholas?
Yeah, thanks very much.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Really good questions. Thank you so much. And I just want to point out for everybody who's listening in or participating, Nicholas is on the Planning Commission, right, Nicholas?
I am.
And then Ann Copsill, who's speaking next, is the chair of the committee for the Planning Commission. All right, so go ahead, Ann. think you need to unmute maybe.
Oh, thank you. I'll start over. Thank you for the presentation, Laura and Cara. And I asked some of my questions at our planning commission meeting last Wednesday that also reviewed this. Laura, could I go back to your SB9 slide? There was one thing that surprised me. You had a house that's already there. Law, it's allowed to build an ADU, 800 square feet and exceed its floor area that the town had put in place. Then my understanding of SB9 is people could split their lot. Then even if they'd already used up their floor area on the first house, the main house, they could build, or the new owner of that lot could build a new house that could be 800 square feet. And then I thought that property could also build an ADU. So that's how people come up with 4 units. You know, when you read in the newspaper, oh, single family units can all be 4 units now. You showed 3 units on your graph.
So my example was showing an existing house remaining that has a junior ADU inside and 2 additional units, one being an ADU and one being an SB9 unit. If there's a lot split, then you can do a lot split, and each resultant lot can have 2 units. Total of 4, where there used to be 1 house. But that 1 house could also have an ADU and a JADU. It's tricky.
It's tricky. I'm asking because I did not want to give up on the opt-in zoning. I know it's unpopular, so I have to duck from the eggs getting thrown at me. But I want to, since every lot in Portola Valley could do something with SB9 if it made sense. I realize it doesn't make sense for many, many, many lots. But I wish we could come up with an opt-in that gave the property owner some benefit, like a little bit more floor area, but then gave the neighbors and the rest of the town a benefit by putting bigger setbacks, which you had in the other opt-in. So I think, yeah, it's important to really understand the details of what people can do right now with SB9, so that then the opt-in doesn't seem so much worse than that, or even better. Okay, no, it's a hard problem. Then my next question is, how did you pick 6 units for SB9 to put in there? Because SB9 is the law of the land, so we don't even have to do any zoning to meet that line on your spreadsheet. It would be great then to put it as big as possible, or that could possibly get accepted. How did you get to 6?
2 ways. I would call it backwards and forwards to get to the 6. We were thinking about the level of interest that we've had so far, which has been limited and only preliminary, being in the first year of the ordinance being in effect. We kind of thought about how many properties we have in town that, you know, we've heard from a lot of people that economically it doesn't make a ton of sense here because single family home values are so high that people may not want to split lots, but it may make sense just under certain circumstances. And so we figured maybe there's less than 1 per year over the next couple of years. Then, so that was one way of thinking about it. And then the inside out way of thinking about it was we wanted to make sure we still had a 15% buffer. And in order to keep a 15% buffer in that category, that brought us to 6.
I see.
So it kind of, to us, to our professional team, it kind of made sense both ways.
Okay, thanks. And my last question maybe is for Cara. One thing that came up at the Planning Commission, in addition to the questions about the Ford Field land, was the donation money that was donated to the town got used for that. And those donations, I kind of understand, I don't think we have all the details, but were raised with the premise of using the money for open space. Can you just talk more about the legality of when you raise money, you know, how, I mean, I assume you have at the beginning, you have to use it for what you say, but I know when I've given money, people tell me what they're going to use it on, but there's no, legal thing that says, and if you don't spend it this way, or if the land changes, you have to give me my money back. But what's the stuff around donations?
Yeah, no, that's a very fair question. We have thought about that a little bit on there. And I believe Nancy Lund, who might also be on the call, provided a memo from a prior town attorney or a town manager that talked about the use of the gas tax. So the gas tax was used for acquisition of some of the property. And the thought was that if the project that was proposed would not be consistent with the frontage road development that was contemplated by the gas tax fund at the time, that would have to be paid back. Likewise, we would have to analyze some of the open space donations. Sometimes we have donations that come into the town that aren't restricted for anything, and we just put them in, the open space account because it's something that where funds are always needed. But there might be other donations that came in with strings attached, and so it would not be appropriate to use those funds. So there may be some reimbursement of those funds to the open space account if a project were to move forward.
I see, but that might be the worst effect of restrictions on firm legal restrictions on some of that money.
Yes. And, I think some of the funds could be allocated towards the acquisition of Ford Field, or excuse me, for the actual field itself, because as I understand the current proposal, that would not be, the field would still be maintained.
Yeah.
So I think that some of the open space account funds would still be appropriately allocated to the acquisition of the field itself.
Great. No, thank you very much. That's all my questions for right now.
Okay, Jeff, I think you're next up.
Thank you. So this is for both the ADU enhanced incentives we're talking about and the Sunrise program. What does automatic mean? What would that look like? Like what would trigger it, and what would we actually be passing to make it automatic?
I think it would have to be specific things that we had laid out in advance. So for example, after 2 years, then the town reviews the production of X to see if it's met Y level. And if it hasn't met that level, then this new program would go into effect.
Of each segment of the element, or of the total number, or I guess it could be either.
It could be either. So the way that we have the ADU incentives written right now is it's just if the ADU numbers aren't being met, then we add 2 new incentives related to ADUs. So we add a financial incentive for ADUs, and we added a streamlining incentive for ADUs if we're not meeting our numbers.
If we're not meeting our numbers specifically in very low income, though, our options are probably either put Ford Field back on the table or upzone some of those properties in Nathorst again. Would we make that automatic?
Yes, I think this goes back to, the earlier question. We have to have a proposal that gets us to the very low income numbers.
Right.
So we have to get that math there somehow.
Yes.
If we take Ford Field off the table, we can't get to that math unless this committee or others have another idea to get us there.
Thank you.
Let's see, I think Sarah Doherty, you're up.
Hey everyone. Following on from Anne's question about the SB9 number. So it just seems to me that 6, while I understand that it's a new, open territory, we don't know what SB9 will mean for Patola Valley in the long run. It is law. There is a lot of opposition to the opt-in idea. This, you know, if you read the forum, people yelling about neighbours hating each other because someone might opt in, but SB9 is opt-in, it's already there. So I'm wondering if there is a way we could boost that number of 6, because it seems to me that that would be a reasonable approach. And I understand that you want to keep that buffer to 15%, but if part of our buffer comes from a higher SB9 unit, then I think perhaps people might have less opposition to having a higher buffer. So that's my question/comment.
I'm sorry, Sarah, I'm not sure I followed the question part of it.
The question is, can we boost the SB9 projected number of 6 to a higher number? Because, you know, it is highly probable or possible that more people in Portola Valley would want to make use of that SB9 option. And if we're looking at 4 units per property, then the multiples are pretty high. So I just feel like that it's a missed opportunity here to boost our numbers with only having a projection of 6. So can we boost that number? Can we get more out of SB9?
Maybe, but the more we raise the number, the more we have to provide evidence to our rationale. So we were thinking by keeping a relatively low number that just sort of, you know, slides by, then we wouldn't, because I don't know how we would justify it. The HCD sent us some guidance information about justifying SB9 units if you wanted to do a lot of them. And it, I think, is a very high bar for us to pass to be able to provide that. So that's why staff had previously advised that we probably shouldn't include SB9 units, but then the opt-in ended up being kind of similar to SB9. And so I think, you know, we could do either or both, but either or program, SB9 or opt-in, is going to require some justification. And the higher the numbers are, the more justification we need. So we would have to do some work on what our justification would be for higher SB9 numbers.
So, and just I'm curious then, what is HCD expecting to see from us, from something that's never been done before? It's super annoying. Like, what are they expecting us to prove when this is brand new?
I think for almost everything about our housing element, it's super annoying. I completely agree with you, and think about it about 100 times per day, because we don't have any past practice to be able to justify the things we're doing. And then all of you are being super courageous by even taking this on and proposing anything. And then we have no justification for it. And so this goes back to what we've been talking about like the package and the intent of being in compliance with HCD. And, you know, proving the things that we can. There's other parts of the law that talk about proving things that we haven't even talked about in this committee, because we can't get that data. It doesn't exist for us. And so, I mean, we could try to be creative. We could try to do we could try to do economic study to back it up, but we know our single family home values are really high. So I don't know how much we're going to get from that, but we could try working with the economic consultant on economic studies. We could try to see, kind of to the previous point, if there's similar communities, that same challenge is defining similar communities. Atherton's numbers are higher, but for the reasons that we've already talked about, it's a little easier, mostly flat lots, a lot less physical constraints than we have. So I mean, I don't have a better answer. I'm sorry.
If I could chime in, the very best piece of evidence that we could show would be applications. And we don't even have an application.
We don't have any. Yeah. Well, it's still new, right? You know, people are still learning about it.
Cities are receiving applications at this point.
Other people are. But and this will be my last go at this. But if you have, you know, you've got a large 3-acre property here on Westridge, and it's an older family who lives here, they want to get some money out of it, so they decide they're going to add 3 more units to it. So bang, right there, that's 3 units. They're not low income. You know, hopefully we'll cover that with Ford Field if that comes to pass, but that's 3 units. four other properties in town decide to do the same thing, well, then that's 9 units. So already it's more than 6. I mean, I'm just trying to think that if just 4 properties over the next 8 years decided to do it, then you've got 9 units. It just seems like it's more than 6.
Yeah, I think your logic makes sense. But we don't have any way to anticipate what might happen. And HCD tells us the way to anticipate things is by looking at past performance.
I guess the one thing that we do have, the one thing that we do have is that SB 9 is not all that different than the opt-in program that we proposed. And when we offered the opt-in program to the residents, there was some interest, right? So we do have some interest from the general community in the opt-in program. And really, you know, if we don't go down the road of the opt-in program, many of those people are probably just going to go do SB 9 because they're not that similar and it gives them more freedom.
Yeah, it's the same thing, and they're allowed to do it by law, so they can get yelled at by their neighbors, but it's been handed down from Sacramento, so it's within their right.
Yeah, that's why the kind of version of the opt-in program that we have now is trying to provide a better possible result for owners so that they would go through that program and not SB 9 so that we could have more locally appropriate setbacks.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, are you done, Sarah? Okay, how about, let's see, who's next? Helen.
Hi, can I get clarity then? Because we're talking, this is great. My question about SB 9 versus the opt-in is based on the FAR, actually. You know, when I thought that the opt-in gave people a lot more flexibility than because they could use the FAR as they liked versus the SB 9, which limits housing and the cost. You can't build at 1,200 square feet plus parking. The costs are outrageous. So I really, I wanted clarity on that. If you could, Laura, if you could help me with that to clarify.
Okay, so SB 9 units right now in our local code are aligned with ADU sizes. And so if you do not comply with our local setback, you are limited to 800 square feet for an SB 9 unit or an ADU. If you do not comply with our setback. If you do comply with our setback a little bigger, 850, I think, and 1,100 for a 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom, you can still, well, 800 square feet goes over our floor area. Boy, sorry, it's really complicated. Okay, so I think the biggest thing for the purpose of this discussion is comparison, right? Okay, so for comparison, the intent of the opt-in, the way we were drafting it, was to have a higher floor area to make those units more feasible economically, but also require them to have the setbacks. And then we would have more control over the design through our objective standards and our process, because we could have more process around them. Compared to SB 9 units where they can go over the floor area, so they are limited on floor area. And it may not be economically viable depending on the situation for that to be as like a separate unit for economic purposes. Because it's not going to raise your property value as much. It's going to cost you to build it probably at 800 square feet. So we were trying to balance those things, but knowing that sites are different, right? And the economic consultants have told us that there's factors that come into play here. And also because we don't have small units in the market. We only have ADUs that are owned with a single family home. So we don't have any small units in our local housing market to even guess how much they will sell for. Like we all have our own intuition, right? It's something like $2 million or more, but how much more? So what does a townhouse sell for in Portola Valley? We don't know. And so that's the other reason that the economic analysis is challenging. And it's annoying in the same way that Sarah was bringing up. It's like, how do we make plans for something we've never had before? Same problem here.
Right, because, yeah, the economics of the current ordinance. So when Sarah said, the economic analysis, did it say that, did we get an economic analysis of SB 9?
No, we haven't finished an economic analysis of SB 9. We were holding it to see if it was something that we needed as part of this process.
Because did we get an economic analysis of the opt-in version?
We only started it, again, we didn't finish it because we were going in all different directions. But that discussion that I had with the financial consultant was related to this, like the number of assumptions that they had to put in because we don't have data. Like they were comparing condos in Menlo Park and Palo Alto compared to condos here. But we all know, depending on what part of Menlo Park and Palo Alto, that's extremely different than a condo here. And so that is part of the challenge of coming up with a meaningful analysis, and why I asked them to at least pause for now until we knew better where we were going, and we weren't just doing analysis for nothing if we didn't have the right assumptions.
Okay, thank you. That totally makes sense. Do we also know if the towns that have received applications, like my understanding is Monte Sereno they have been considering their SB 9 ordinance is very similar to ours, and they had people in town approach them and ask them to change it so that they had larger ability to build inventory. So do you know if the towns that have had SB 9 applications, what constraints were different than what we have here? I mean, obviously I know the wildfire issue is a constraint, but what other, like within the ordinance, what limitations do we have that maybe they don't have, or that we have, does my question make sense?
Yeah, I think it does. So we would have to look at other places and think about how their ordinances are crafted. We know for sure that Atherton has applications for SB 9 projects. So we would have to kind of think about that and see if we could draw any connections. When we were bringing the SB 9 ordinance forward, we did that very quickly to keep the worst possible impacts happening from SB 9. So it is a conservative ordinance right now. And so it would be something that would be a reasonable policy question to say if we wanted to allow larger SB 9 units, as long as they met the setback and the other town requirements, that could be a reasonable policy solution and get us in a similar direction as the opt-in seems to be going. So it may be a question of, it may not be the words we're using, but maybe the question is about intent. And maybe this is something the committee can think about when we get to discussion. Like, if you want to see a variety of housing types in town, what types of housing types would you want to see, and about at what intensity? So then we could think about which choice do we have in front of us and how do we achieve that? So I think it's like a layered thing. Like, do you want to see a range of housing types? And if so, what kind of housing types? And then maybe we could build a program from that people would be more comfortable with than SB 9 as written or opt-in as written.
Great, thank you. Next question. You said, maybe I just missed it in the packet, that there were ADU financial incentives or streamlining because of state law at 60 days. Could I just get clear? I didn't see what those incentives were actually. So I'm missing that. So could I get clarification on those?
Yeah, that is, I think I got it, but Carla, help me out if I'm missing it. I think we're program 7-6. So the actual housing element itself, page 112.
Okay.
And so this is the one that we would match low-income tenants with ADU owners. So that's the main part of the program. And then the step 2 would be every 2 years, check to see if we're getting our very low and low income ADUs that we expect to be getting. If not, then we would provide an incentive of, let's see, this would be like a financial incentive. So if we're not getting our numbers just through the matching program, then every 2 years we would check to see. And then if we're not doing it, we would kick in a financial incentive. And then there's another one, 7. There's another one about processing.
7-7, I think. I'm seeing that.
Right.
Yeah, okay, 7-7 also starts on page 112. So we would do some pre-approved floor plans for ADUs and JADUs. So we would make those available. So that's the base program. Then same thing, every 2 years, if we're not meeting our numbers, then we would offer an expedited plan check. So we would put you to the front of the line, basically, for ADUs and JADUs. We might already put JADUs to the front of the line, but ADUs require a full plan check by a plan check consultant, a qualified engineer. So that would be, right now, everyone just waits their turn according to the time they submit. And if we're not getting our ADU numbers, we would automatically move those people up in the queue. So when we were working on this, the technical team were thinking about ADU incentives come in a couple of different pots. We've talked about in this group financial incentives, but ADUs are so expensive to construct. It doesn't make a lot of sense for the reasons we've talked about to subsidize construction of the ADU unless there's a deed restriction. And then who would sign a deed restriction on something they spent $1 million on? That doesn't quite make sense. But subsidizing rents through different programs could make sense, because then you're directly impacting the ability of people to rent a more affordable unit. And then the other incentive that makes sense and is within our control is processing. So that's why our 2 incentives are related to affordable rentals and processing timelines.
Okay, thank you for clarifying those. And that, and my last question, as long as we're talking ADUs, is we kept talking about SB9 and Atherton, but have we heard from Hillsborough why their numbers were higher also?
For SB9?
No, for their ADU production rate was much higher.
I haven't talked with them recently, but historically what they did was they established, I'm pretty sure this is correct. I'll have to verify this later. But I'm pretty sure what they did was they established over a couple of years' time, objective standards for ADUs. So they started streamlining them before the state law changed.
Got it.
But I think they have since rolled back some of those regulations because they were running into some trouble. So I would have to check back in with them to see how they're doing now on it. And Hillsborough is a little bit behind us, a couple months behind us on their housing element.
Yes.
So I'm not sure, where they think they're going on these issues going forward.
Great. Okay. Thank you. That's my questions.
Okay, Sarah Warnikoff.
Thank you. So my first question relates to the 30-30-10, or is it 30-30-30-10, Laura, and how that impacts, how the trickle down effect of that if there were an increase in ADUs. You were saying if just playing forward the Ford Field thing, if it were to be replaced with ADUs, which I personally don't think it can, but I just want to understand. I thought I heard you say it would need to have 150 ADUs. Could you clarify that in the context of the 30-30-30-10?
Okay, so we have 2, we're calling them safe harbor ADU allocations. This committee has considered both of them. And after discussion, the committee wanted to go with the allocation that's 30-30-30-10 in the income categories from the lowest up to the highest. And so that ratio has to stay in place however we adjust the ADUs. So if we want our total ADUs to go up, 30% of those always have to be very low income according to that allocation. So in order to get our very low income number up higher, they can only be 30% of the total. So then the total has to go much higher because only 30% of them can count for very low income.
Okay. What was not, are there these two safe, you said, you mentioned two safe harbor. What was are there only two, or do we only, I can't remember back that far. And what was the other allocation that we could have used?
There's only two that people in our region have been talking about. We haven't explored anything outside of our region. We were trying to stay within the ABAG and 21 Elements recommendations. I don't know. I would have to poke around. I don't know. Do we have it in these materials, Carla, or we've got it in old meetings?
Might be able to find it in the attachment from 21 Elements. I can start looking right now.
Okay, I don't want to side rail with that, but if somebody's able to dig that up, that would be helpful. And then going back to Ford Field, you know, I appreciate there's a lot of sensitivity to this, and so I kind of want to revisit what our options are if we take that off the table. And my understanding, you know, based on the last, 10 months of this process, is it's either ADUs or Nathorst. At this point, those are the options that we've considered for very low. Well, we didn't even really consider ADUs for the very low. So it's really the only alternative would be more upzoning at Nathorst. Is that true, or is there something magical out there that I'm forgetting that we could fall back on?
I don't think there's anything else. We could, because we have our default density of 20 units per acre, if we zone something else at 20 units per acre, we would need, that same number of acres upzoned someplace else.
Right.
So Ford Field has the benefit of being on the bigger side. And then it makes affordable housing projects less feasible on smaller sites.
Mm-hmm.
So we would probably want to give ourselves a little extra, buffer if we didn't have a sound site that we felt that we could count on. The other larger sites that the committee has considered, include Blue Oaks, that we thought was not probably an appropriate site, mostly for safety considerations, topography and fire safety considerations, but legal constraints that we would need to really think through. This goes all the way back to, the Neely property we decided would require really extensive planning process that the public would need to be engaged with. It's probably not feasible in this 8-year period, is what the conversation was. And then the Il Mirador site, we understand, is not available because of the legal situation on the ownership of that site. So those were the only other big sites that we looked at that could potentially fit an affordable housing project of the scope or the amount of density we would need. So we would have to upzone a couple of properties at Nathorst to get the same kind of results.
Okay. And then my other question is looking at ADUs, which, based on what you've advised, it doesn't seem like HCD would ever accept it. But I want to make clear that, because I think there has been a lot of suggestion that we could get there with ADUs. And my understanding is for, looking at the 50 ADUs or maybe even more based on the 30-30-10, if those were very low income, that, according to San Mateo County, means a rent of $1,000 a month. And so even if we were able to get that past HCD, would we need to have some sort of deed restriction on all 50 that would require the homeowners that would be building these to rent at a max of around $1,000 a month, which is way under market, obviously?
I think in order to pass muster with HCD and be in compliance with the law, we would have to have a program, and deed restrictions are one way to do it, or some sort of additional, more intensive financial incentives. Or we would have to do something to prove to them that they were actually going to be used by very low income people during that time period. We already have a program right now in the housing element based on this committee's feedback to do a survey of ADU owners to see how they're using their ADUs. Because we understood this committee's concern to be that they're not actually rented to low income people. So a deed restriction solves that, but it's hard to achieve. I think we've talked about the deed restriction could be for a shorter time period. It wouldn't have to be that big 55-year deed restriction like on a big affordable housing project. It could be less, but I think it would still have to be meaningful and we would have to prove that it's viable.
Mm-hmm. So I just think, I know we're not supposed to be on comments right now, but I just, to your point earlier, building $1 million ADU and agreeing to limit it to, $1,000 a month, I think is for 50 plus ADUs is a big hurdle. The other thing I hadn't thought about that I think you just mentioned, so I wanted to clarify, if we were to use this ADU approach, all ADUs would only have a 4-foot setback. Is that true? That would be the policy.
Okay, all newly constructed detached ADUs could be constructed as close as 4 feet.
That was,
or if you have existing floor area, an old barn, an old garage, you could convert that to an ADU.
Yeah. And then what happens if and when, as you said, seems likely, when we do get the fire code from Woodside Fire and they do have the 30-foot separation in there, that would inherently conflict with the 4-foot setback. So how would that all play out?
Well, we don't know yet how it's going to play out. I can tell you how I'm hoping it will play out. I'm hoping with the fire district's mapping and hazard and risk assessment and the other work that they're doing, we will have meaningful evidence in the record to support larger setbacks and be able to strengthen our ordinance, ADU ordinance and SB 9 ordinance, to make sure that it's legally sound, both with HCD and with any applicants or any housing advocates, that may come after the town in the future. So we're hoping there will be evidence there to promote the overall fire safety and resilience of the community. And so I am hoping that down the line, this will not be as big of an issue, but we're dealing with the unknowns of not having that information yet and trying to do our best with this information that we have.
Okay. And then I guess the last question relates to the sunrise. I mean, I think it's a really interesting concept when it came up on the Planning Commission the other night, but I want to be clear, we would still in that sunrise language need to have exactly what the triggers are and exactly what, we would fall back on.
Yes, I believe we would.
So in other words, tonight or whenever, as this process goes through, we still have to make those tough decisions.
Yes.
Yeah, prioritize them.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Laura, did you want me to speak to the allocation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So the other allocation was discussed back in November of last year, and it was an AFFH split. So it was for communities with fair housing concerns. And it went 5% for very low, 30% for low, 50% for moderate, and 15% for above moderate. Hopefully those are ringing a bell, but I can share my screen if.
Yeah, so it's a lot less very low and more moderate.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Those are the numbers we had in for a while. We had a couple of months of using those numbers and then we switched to the other allocation.
And that, if I'm recalling correctly, Laura, that was because our rationale was to make good on improving the low and very low. So having more in those categories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Bob, you're up.
Could I jump in for 1 minute? I'm sorry, I interrupt, sorry. I completely forgot to say I was speaking for myself and not my boss. Apologies. In this meeting, I am always speaking for myself. Thank you for letting me interject.
Thanks, Ellen.
I have a number of questions, and I apologize for the order, but because they're all over the place. But junior ADUs are very different from detached ADUs. Significantly cheaper to do the remodel than new construction. Really would target the lowest income. Karenowski has been advocating breaking out junior ADUs from ADUs in the spreadsheet. If we only had 5 junior ADUs per year, that would surely be go under the very low and low income category. 5 seems trivially easy to achieve, and yet that would give us 40 units in the lowest category. So I'm wondering, is there a reason not to break it out, Laura, to treat them separately?
No, we could break it out if you feel that if people feel that the distinction is meaningful. We could, the normal practice is to consider them together, but there's no rule that says that we can't.
The reason I think we can hear from other people, but the reason I think it's useful is because it doesn't cost $1 million to convert a junior ADU. And, there's not the setback issues there. It's just, to me, they seem like very different animals. Particularly, as I said, it seems like 40 lower income units within the 8-year cycle would be within reach. So I think it's something worth considering. In terms of a magical alternative to Ford Park, something that occurred to me, aside from the expectations of the donor, we've heard a lot of concern about developing the gateway. John Silver and others have been very vocal about that. My last count, we are envisioning 131 high density units within the Primary Vista corridor. There's a resistance to sacrifice fields, but I wonder, Laura, can you tell me whether it has been this scenario has been considered? What about developing the soccer field and replacing it with a new field adjacent to the baseball field on Ford Field? So in other words, preserve the number of sports fields that we have, but just move it to where we're envisioning the Ford Field development now. Has that been considered?
So develop which soccer field?
Close to town center.
No, that has not been considered. So we didn't talk about developing any active play fields, any active recreation fields. We did not consider per the direction of this group. No one suggested a swap. I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. So we preserve the number of fields, which might be a new way of thinking about it.
I don't think the soccer field here at Town Center, I don't think is big enough to accommodate the same size development. So I don't think that a swap would work, but I'd have to think about that.
Okay. It has the other advantage of being within walking distance of the library, which is kind of nice. So there'd be more resources there. I wanted to ask about this buffer of 20% and the way the agenda is written on page 4, the key conclusions. I had really heard pretty strong call for lowering that. And my understanding was, from what you were saying at the last meeting, was that based on sort of the general guidelines that you've had from the town council and sort of your expert professional opinion and the best practices as you understand them, really 20% is about as low as we should go. And I wanted to clarify, what is the source of that? Is it the latter, what I just described, guidance, in terms of how much risk aversion from the council, or do you really have the sense that residents are comfortable with that number, 20%?
I think residents have a lot of discomfort with that number, is my observation from the comments and from the discussion. I think residents have a lot of discomfort with many aspects of the proposed plan. So I'm very,
So-
I'm realistic about that there's discomfort. I think how to reduce it and how much to reduce it are very reasonable questions. 20% is a very accepted best practice. And
Okay.
so we sometimes are going to go outside of a very accepted best practice, but then we should have a good reason and a good approach to doing so. That's my
Okay.
professional opinion.
I just want to confirm my understanding that that's where that number comes from. It's really the best practices, not so much that people have been calling for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone knows this, Bob, but just in case there's residents that don't know it, the HCD guidance says 15 to 30% buffer, but amongst professionals, 20 is a very accepted number.
Okay, thank you. In table 1 on page 5, the income breakdown for 4395 Alpine Road pretty much spans the spectrum, and yet the reason, my understanding is the reason 20 units per acre was chosen because that's the default density, which allows us to count it as lowest income. And so I'm wondering why, why are the upper incomes included in that when we can claim that all as lowest income, if I understand correctly?
I think you do understand correctly. For people that are catching up on this, that site has what we refer to as a default density of 20 units per acre. So we are allowed to count units in the very low and low income category at that density. So we were trying to do a couple of things, think about what type of development may actually happen there in the future. We were trying to think about what category of housing units we needed. So we could put all 23 in the very low income category according to HCD. But I don't think it's reasonable to assume that 23 housing units are actually going to get built on that site in a very low income category. And we want to be the most conservative with our lower income categories because that's where the most scrutiny is. And so we assign them across the categories. There's different ways that people do it. Kind of every jurisdiction's a little different about how they assign these. Some people assign it according to how many units you have in different categories, like with the percentage or proportion. Because we're so small, we were just trying to use our best judgment.
I understand that how it appears in the table is probably a more realistic prediction of what will happen. And this is my personal discomfort with this particular number, that it's used because we can credit it as lowest income, but we recognize that in practice it won't be. And so it seems like we're getting the worst of both worlds here. I mean, if we're not going to claim the lowest income, why use 20 units? Why not use 15 units per acre or 10? I mean, my understanding was the motivation for citing 20 units per acre is because we get to make that claim. I don't know if you have anything to clarify beyond what you said. Maybe you already answered. What my question was.
I think I understand your question. But if we reduce down to below 20 units per acre, we don't have a rationale for putting any units in the very low income and low income categories for that particular site. Mm-hmm. Because we have no alternative evidence to say to HCD that site will be developed at very low income or low income. Mm-hmm. So the only option we have is the default density.
Okay. There's an inclusionary housing program, but that's pretty minor compared to claiming all 20.
Yes, thank you. That's pretty minor. Agree.
Okay. Thinking about Ford Park, Ford Field, and thinking about sort of unintended consequences, I could imagine, we've got an open space fund to acquire new open space. And I worry that if there's a history of open space being converted to subsidized high density housing, might that be a disincentive for people to participate in the future? And in thinking about that, we also have an affordable housing fund. I don't have an opinion about this, but I wanted to pose it as a question to get your reaction. Might it make sense to have the affordable housing fund reimburse, if you will, the value of that land. And so and from an accounting perspective, we're actually being honest, about where the subsidy is coming from. And that would also help maybe avoid a disincentive to people supporting the open space fund going forward. I was wondering if you had any reactions to that.
I don't have any reaction from a staff point of view. I think there's many reasonable ways to think about this.
Do you see a downside to doing that? Sounds like not.
Well, the town's affordable housing resources are limited. We hope that they'll be replenished to a certain degree over time through the programs that we've drafted. But these are policy questions that I think are appropriate for a body like this and residents to make recommendations and for council to make decisions.
Okay. I'm actually thrilled about the sunrise clause and the use of SB 9. But these issues had come up before. I'd asked a couple meetings ago specifically about that, and about having contingency zoning. So for example, if we don't meet our targets, that might trigger the upzoning in Nathorst, or that might trigger the Ford Field upzoning. And I understood you at the time were unenthusiastic about that. Less local control, by right zoning, larger projects were the sorts of things that were concerning you at the time. I was wondering if your understanding of the downside has changed, or your risk aversion has changed a little bit, because both of those approaches were suggested earlier.
We definitely talked about them a little bit in the past. I think my perspective has changed a little bit, but we are also applying it a little bit differently than I understood we were talking about before. So I still have, from a technical point of view, the same concerns about sites being rezoned later in the process, and those same implications that we talked about with like local control and the size of the projects. So we would still want to think through all of those same things that I brought up before. These sunrise provisions that we have drafted were related to ADUs. I feel very comfortable with those. If we were going to take the same concept and apply it someplace else, we would just need to think through the technical aspects of that and make sure we're not losing something by doing a zoning action later on that would result in something that we didn't intend.
Okay. Thank you. Program 6.1, as part of the regular 3-year cycle to update the building codes, evaluate the code, and include the latest best practices for fire resiliency and collaboration with Woodside Fire Protection District. Where are we in this 3-year cycle now?
We're at the code change. So we'll be proposing new building codes at the end of this calendar year, or in the fall of this calendar year.
Okay. And then program 6.5, ensure ADU and Senate Bill 9 ordinances are consistent with fire hazard maps. I was wondering if you could sort of concretely describe what that means, because the maps themselves simply rate, hazard severity. And how does that get translated into ordinances being consistent with that?
That's a good question. I think that language probably needs fine tuning. So it probably, we have 6.4, which is review and adopt as appropriate the maps when they are developed. And then I think that 6.5 needs a kind of language adjustment to be more specific about what the action would be. So I think the action is to then take those maps and determine if additional program or regulations are appropriate or necessary to regulate ADUs and SB 9 units. So I think that needs a little refinement.
Okay, thank you. Last question for Cara. You talked about the fire safety issues of ADUs, setbacks, the fact that we can't mandate internal sprinklering, et cetera. I don't want to sort of rehash the conversation from last summer, but I do want to ask you, and in my understanding of the state law, the state mandates for ADUs does allow the local municipality to exclude areas as needed for public safety. And I just wanted to confirm whether my understanding is correct, and if you had any details you wanted to add about that.
So I agree with that statement, and the town council has adopted an ordinance that incorporates that interpretation of the law. However, HCD is challenging that interpretation of the law. So we are currently flagging this as an open issue, but I continue to believe that we do have the ability under state law to regulate ADUs to incorporate fire safety issues.
It was actually a different question I was trying to ask, and this might be too detailed for now, but my understanding was that the state mandate for ADU itself could be excluded from areas. So not a fire safety checkback within a checklist within the setback, but that we wouldn't have to implement the state ADU mandates within certain regions of Portola Valley due to fire safety. That's what I was trying to ask.
Right, and our fire safety exception does contain an actual carve out in certain locations. So
You're referring to the road width.
And the ingress and egress.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, and we could just as easily couch it in terms of very high fire hazard areas, but since Portola Valley, as you know, hasn't adopted those maps, we crafted the regulation a little bit differently. But I think I hear what you're saying, and I continue to believe that the town's interpretation is correct, but you know, we may see some pushback from HCD.
Okay, thank you.
And Cara, just to be clear, our ADU exclusion is actually broader than the very high fire severity zone region, correct?
It is, yes. Well, in certain areas, it captures most of the very high fire hazard area, but it may not capture every single street. And we haven't mapped it out exactly, but it really focuses on ingress and egress and the alternative ways of evacuating and the street width, which are all tied to evacuation issues.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions from the committee? Okay, then we will
sorry,
open
this is Eric. I thought I raised my hand like an hour ago, and for some reason it didn't kick in.
Sorry,
It sounds so that's all right. So my question is around again the ADU issue. I think somebody referenced earlier a study that has been contemplated. Why haven't, so first question is, are we in process with getting a study of the existing ADU units that we have in the city out to the residents of Portola Valley?
We are not currently doing a survey of the existing units, no.
Okay, so second question, and then there'll be a quick third one. If we did do a study and we found that we had, just say for example, 50 existing ADU units. I have an ADU unit at my house that I rent at a very low number that could be considered low income. Would existing ADUs potentially be applicable to our requirement depending on where it sits in the, deeply affordable and all the other categories?
So to make sure everyone gets it, because I wasn't clear in my last answer, we have the list of the ADUs in town that are on the books. So we have the list of them. There's about 245, 250, that order of magnitude. And then what counts for RENA is net new housing units. So our existing ADUs do not count if they are on the books. We've had a question about whether the amnesty ADU units could count for RENA. And we asked the HCD staff member, and she said she needed to follow up with other people on her team to be able to give us an answer to that. So if we have an amnesty program that legalizes off the books ADUs, those may count, but we don't have an answer yet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we will now open it up to questions and comments from the general public. So please raise your hand if you are interested in speaking.
And then through the vice chair, what we normally do is We don't answer their questions live time during their comment time. I'll take down as many questions as I can, and we'll do our best to answer those questions all together at the end of public comment.
Thanks, Laura. Okay, let's see. I'm looking at the list. Let's start with George Savage.
Thank you very much. Very useful and thorough discussion. I really appreciate it. Laura mentioned that the RENA buffers needed to manage uncertainty. Otherwise, we may have unexpected zoning changes downstream. I just want to point out that the whole idea of opt-in upzoning effectively institutionalizes unexpected zoning changes. I think uncertainty will be sort of spread throughout the town for the full 8 years for all residents. You know, we heard about aging in place, which is great, but the reality I see is that developers could wind up purchasing property and upzoning it wherever and whenever they see fit. And if you think about the purpose of zoning historically, which is to group compatible uses, the foundation of upzoning really is abandoned, I think. So I think that's really an issue. I know that SB 9 is out there and we're all concerned about it, but as far as I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Laura, please, opt-in zoning doesn't repeal SB 9. It just gives us our own sort of what I would characterize as a potential gift to developers in addition to what we already have to deal with. I'm also wondering if we're expecting upzoned properties to be treated as condominiums or not, because I'm wondering how this works. Will it just be one owner of the property and then everyone else is a tenant, which would shift, you know, home ownership from being a standard in the town to renting? Or is it a condo? Is that what you're seeing is potentially happening? And I just really encourage people to think really about the extraordinary monetary incentive that could be unleashed. At the planning meeting, Laura, you mentioned sunsetting opt-in upzoning once we achieve our RENA numbers, but I'm wondering how that would actually be accomplished. And at the time you didn't have a mechanism, and I worry that if we approve it, we won't be able to get rid of it given the millions of dollars at stake potentially. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Let's go to Neil Weintraut.
Am I unmuted now? Does that work?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, thank you all. Clearly a very thorough presentation. I wanted to, react to the issue of the Ford Field matter. Attorney Silver did her job as an attorney, giving us a thorough background on it. But the counsel she provided foretells of an attack on our community beyond the housing issue, an attack I hope we stand down. Namely, our community of Portola Valley, part of its virtue is the handshake community. But the discussion I hear here is now taking us to a precipice of turning our handshake community into lawyer land, a land where we engage each other through lawyers and twisting laws rather than good intentions and trust. The internet did not exist in 1971, the time that this Ford Field matter occurred. And I can tell you, in 1995, I sat in Lausanne, Switzerland at the International Olympic Committee dealing with lawyers making similar types of arguments of documents that were written prior to the internet existing and then twisting the words to mean what they wanted to mean now, not what was intended. So it sure feels similar to that. Where's the Home Depot in Portola Valley? It doesn't exist because of open space. Everything about this town was open space. And indeed, in regards to the immediate matter of Ford Field, even Attorney Silver acknowledged that the foundation that provided the money was named open space. So I find it, alarming that now 50 years later, we want to try and ignore the very origins of this community and the Ford Field. And indeed, for that matter, anything else. It seems to me the logic here is as if they had put money into establishing a church or a synagogue or a mosque, and then 50 years later, someone shows up and says, well, you didn't exclude a hot dog stand, so we can put a hot dog stand in the church. So furthermore, what Attorney Silver made us aware of is apparently, for legal technicalities, the town council can just ignore whatever prior agreements occurred.
Neil, your 2 minutes is up.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Susan Dorsey.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak again, and thank you to all of the work that the commission and the committees are doing. We know it's a really hard job. First, just a point about the actual gift and writing the checks. I understand, of course, that the town is the one that wrote the check to Hare, Brewer, and Kelly, but Tom gave the substantial amount of the land, the money for that gift, and the $10,000 gift to open space was in addition to that. So just to clarify that. And yes, the gift was made 50 years ago, 20 years before I met him. And as the prior speaker said, the gift was made clearly on the basis of a handshake. It was an understanding and it was a promise that was made. And I know Tom had that intention because we would drive by the park and practically every time he would make a comment about, tell the story about it. And it got to be a running joke because he told that story so many times. So I know how proud he was of the park and what his intention was. It's clear that the town does legally have a right to do whatever it wants to with the land. And that's not really my point. My point is the one that has been made before, and it's a plea to honor the donor intent and knowing, not just for me, but for the whole town. The town was founded on this basis, and I hope that the town will continue to operate that way. It would be a huge loss for all of the community on so many levels. And I do worry the point that Bob made earlier about the chilling effect that it could have on other donations to the town. So I hope that some alternatives can be found to developing this really wonderful piece of land. And I do appreciate the difficulty of doing so, but I really plead that donor intent be respected, and that the Dorothy Ford Park is able to stay the way it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan. Ryan Motoshami. You may be muted. There we go.
Hi,
Yep.
sorry, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Thanks so much. Sorry about that delay. My name's Ryan Motoshemi. I'm on the Housing Element Advisory Committee for Hillsborough, and I just tuned into this meeting to see kind of what another town similar to ours was doing. And as the director mentioned, you're a couple months ahead. So it's been interesting to tune in. So thank you for that. My views tonight are entirely my own, of course. So I wanted to say that I think looking at the values demonstrated on the agenda, one of the committee's values is supporting diversity, equity, and inclusion. And when you're looking at your ADU breakdown, I'd encourage giving more consideration to the ADU breakdown for communities that have affirmatively furthering fair housing concerns. This is a concern seriously taken by the state, and I'd encourage taking a look at that, because communities like Hillsborough and Portola Valley, we do have an issue with racial segregation metrics compared to the rest of the Bay Area. And to that extent, when thinking about the character of Portola Valley and the character of places like Hillsborough as well, where I'm from, we should consider that our towns don't exist in a vacuum separate from the rest of the region. We exist and feed off of and benefit from the dynamism and diversity of the rest of the region. And it's appropriate to bring some of that dynamism and diversity into our towns. So to that extent, I would strongly encourage that you consider, really taking to heart and doing a survey and looking to see how ADUs are actually being used, and considering the alternative breakdown proposed for places that have affirmatively furthering fair housing concerns, like Hillsborough and Portola Valley. And I'd also support the opt-in option as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ryan. Let's see. Let's go to Debbie. I don't have a last name.
Debbie Fisher.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm just closing this door here so you'll have less background noise. My daughter rides at horses at Isola in the stables there. And so I just wanted to give the input as a mom with a child that sees, we're there for camp this week. And just what a wonderful thing it is for the children, and they have adult riders too, to be able to connect with horses. And obviously they would be displaced if this went through. So I just wanted to advocate, I guess, for that, for not closing an equestrian center that brings so much to the community. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Next, we have Gary Morgenthaler.
Sorry, I needed to unmute. So I want to thank the HEC committee members once again for your service to the community, staff also. I want to follow on Nicholas Targ's comments from earlier this evening. His comments were, we should compare ourselves with comparable communities in the area. And specifically, we should compare ourselves with the ones most like us who face similar requirements. Woodside is the open space gateway community most comparable to ours. If polled both communities, the citizens would overwhelmingly want to preserve their town's character. Therefore, we should ask why Woodside's town council just voted 7-0 in favor of a radically different approach to resolve its arena mandate than is currently being proposed by this committee. That includes a 20% buffer for both communities, but Woodside says the ADU should consist of 49.6% of their arena requirements, whereas our current proposal is that Portola Valley meet it with 30.6%. That's a huge difference. If our proposal were similar to the one adopted 7-0 by Woodside, it would include 150 ADUs, not 92. That's almost 60 additional ADUs, more than enough to save Ford Field and other development. With such a huge difference, why does Woodside believe that HCD will adopt such a proposal? The simple difference is that Woodside asked its residents, they polled them. They asked, instead of resolving it with spreadsheets, maps, consultants, and committees, they asked their residents. And 188 said they wanted to build ADUs. We can do the same. To my knowledge, Portola Valley has not conducted such a survey. It needs to do so to get tangible data to present to HCD. The time is now, clock is running. It's time to do so.
Thank you, Gary. Dana, you're up.
Quick question for Laura. Laura, earlier you had the calendar out and showed the June 29th meeting of the Planning Commission. But my understanding of that Planning Commission meeting, it is only to discuss the CUP for Alpine Hills Tennis Club. So if people who are interested in the housing situation, that would not be their meeting. So hopefully you can answer that later. Thank you.
Thanks, Dana. Next, we have Andrea Young.
Hello, I'm sorry. I had to unmute.
That's okay.
Yeah, but please forgive me. I'm fighting laryngitis, and I hope you can hear me okay. Thank you so much for taking this time. I just wanted to advocate for a solar riding academy in Glen Oak Stable. It's a very robust stable and horse facility. The horse facilities out in this area are disappearing frighteningly quickly. It's such a benefit to the kids and adults. And our facility covers about 300 families that actively use it. And speaking of diversity and open space, that's what we have. And to lose the history of Portola Valley, which is steeped in horsemanship and horses, would just be a tragedy. So I was just advocating to hope you guys would consider taking the Glen Oaks stable off the plate, because it would be just a tragic to lose yet another equestrian facility when it's so important to the community. And so important to the soul of Portola Valley. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Andrea. Next, we have Maria.
I have a couple of unorganized questions, but
Relating to earlier in the meeting, the comments that were made by the Nathorst people regarding Ford Field and some of the reasons why it would be a good location. What immediately came to mind is I believe that a lot of those same that same reasoning would apply to Rosati Field. And I know people don't want to give up their sports fields, but when I see how many hours in the course of a year they're used and the maintenance costs, I think they should not be taken off the table. So that's one thing. The other thing is I was unhappy to hear that our town has not made any specific effort. And Laura, please excuse me on this one because I know you've been working like crazy, but the town has not made any specific commitments to lower fees and to streamline the approval process for ADUs. And I think that's going to be critical as far as how it's perceived. And I have a whole lot of other sort of nuts and bolts types of questions, which I've sent in an email, and I don't need to take your time with it now, but those are the biggest. And one more while I'm still on the clock. I think there might be more people interested in helping with the very low income if they were considering JADUs. And this may be older people, younger people, people who might like somebody around to help them with other things on their property. And that would be something that would take an outreach program, but I don't think it should be ignored. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, the next person on the list, I just have a phone number, or the beginning of a phone number, 851-787.
Yes, thank you. That's me. That's Maida Jones. I have three things. I'm concerned about fire risk. And so I wanted to know, I was shocked to hear that the HCD is challenging our guidelines on setbacks due to fire safety precautions. And so in regard to that, I'm wondering, when are the new Woodside Fire Protection District maps going to be available? I originally remember they were supposed to be due in July. That's one question. Of course, secondarily, I would hope that HCD would take those maps as super important. I understand that Woodside Fire has jurisdiction over fire safety for its surrounding communities. The second question I have is, how many units are currently being planned for Alpine Road? I know they keep shifting, but I think I came up with over 130 just on Alpine Road. To me, that is a huge traffic problem, among other things, never mind evacuation. And then I just wanted to add that I considered doing a JADU in my home in Portola Valley. It would have cost me, including a new entrance, around $50,000. Thanks.
Thank you. William Russell.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. If there are approximately 1,700 homes in Portola Valley, and only 12 of those homeowners, less than 1%, wish to upzone, why would we ever rezone all 1,700 homes for potential increased density? There doesn't seem to be any logic behind it. True enough, we are stuck with SB 9, but there is no reason to compound that problem with additional local upzoning legislation. With respect to 4395 Alpine, that property is immediately adjacent to a number of Nathorst Triangle homes. A development of 20 to 36 homes on that location, possibly 36 if the bonus density law applies, will have a substantial impact on the beneficial and quiet enjoyment of those homes by the homeowners. There's no reason for doing either of those because neither of those is required to achieve the 253 arena numbers that are required. I submitted a detailed written plan to the town in which I suggested 271 units be presented to the state, which is 18 more than the 253 that are required. The state cannot require any kind of bonus density. That has to be made clear. And the reason that we don't have to be that concerned about it is because of attachment 1 to this committee's submission. It is entitled No Net Loss Law and Arena Buffer. It is a step-by-step analysis of how we can avoid running afoul of the arena requirements. Specifically, 1, don't reduce the site's.
Thanks, Bill. Your time is up. You used your 2 minutes.
My wife, Carol, has agreed to cede her 2 minutes to me.
That's true.
So, and she's here, so I'm going to continue if that's okay.
Okay.
All right, the no net loss law and the arena buffer specifically provide that a way to avoid a problem is don't reduce a site's residential density, don't approve development applications with fewer units on the site than identified in the housing element, and don't approve development applications with higher income units than stated in the housing element. The simple point being that we're given a roadmap about how not to violate the arena requirements. There is a brilliant idea that was developed recently, and it's the sunset provision. My suggestion is that as part of the plan, you state that a select subcommittee has been formed to consider the various additional provisions that may be necessary if we don't meet our arena numbers. In there, you could include very specific proposals. You could address Neely, Blue Oaks, El Mirador, the development of the Ford Field itself, which would be allowed if the state would back off the deed requirement that the Ford Field itself be maintained until 2031. You could include the soccer field at Town Center as consideration. You could consider the road remnant. But I don't think that we have to say that these steps will be taken automatically if we don't meet a particular arena number on a particular date. I think it should be enough that the state sees we are extremely serious about actually meeting the arena numbers, and this is going to be a continuing dialogue with the state in the years to come. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, William. Karen Askey.
Hi there. Thanks for hearing my comments. I did submit some comments in writing this morning, but I'm not sure you've had a chance to review them. I know Bob has, obviously, because he commented. As you know, there's been a strong consensus among residents that they want new development to be dispersed throughout town and to keep our community as low density, staying true to our general plan. A concern with the current housing element draft is that there is strong potential for overdevelopment from both the 21% buffer and the higher density rezoning. So first of all, I'm in favor of reducing the buffer because we can still meet guidelines at 15%, but also in reading things, the buffer is important for the very low, low, and moderate columns, but not so much for the above moderate. So can we look at reducing it there? I also believe the ADU target numbers are too low, as they currently reflect primarily ADUs and not JADUs. So a question for Laura is, out of that 92, how many are JADUs? When I do the math, we're on pace to have 15 ADUs this year at least. So if I multiply that by 8, I get 120. And we're going to see that number rise each year with all the programs we're putting in place. I am concerned that if we go over our ADU numbers, say in year 4, that we won't be able to rezone the higher density lots. We also, I think, have glossed over JADUs, and I do think they need to be separated out. They are low cost, they serve lower income segments, they're easy to implement. They do not increase any footprint, and they would be dispersed across town. Think of all the homes in Portola Valley that already have a room with a separate entrance Let's get going and survey our homeowners to establish proof to the state that we can meet those increased numbers. As I've said, I'm happy to help. Adding 40 JADUs to this plan, that's just 5 a year, eliminates a lot of these higher density projects, and we can get creative in how we do that. And I'm out of time, but thank you for listening.
Thanks, Karen. Okay, next is Peter Lippman.
Here we go. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the incredible job you guys are doing with an impossible situation. I want to comment on the Dorothy Ford Park. As I've written to you, I wish you would use its proper name as reflected in town documents like the Open Space Committee's map of Portola Valley rather than Ford Field, which to virtually everybody simply means the baseball field, which you're not proposing to develop. My two main points are one, a question about the validity of the numbers placed on the Ford Park proposal in two respects. One, a third of the proposed parking area is in the scenic buffer zone rather than within the green lines of the diagram in your plan. And the second is that within the green lines of the plan, I can't find 2.5 acres. It looks to me from Google Earth as if 2.5 acres includes the buffer zone, both the creek and the highway buffer zone. And is it legitimate to count the buffer zones as developable land when you are using the acreage to come up with the 20 units per acre? And the final question is, given all these complexities, has any consideration been given to using the inclusionary housing fund to acquire a suitable space elsewhere in the town for high density, low income development? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Next, we have Mary Hufty.
Good evening, and thank you. Like everyone, I truly appreciate the work you put in on this. It's amazing. Can you hear me?
I can't hear.
Mary, it's difficult to hear you.
Okay, hold on. The speaker. Hi, can you hear
That's
that?
better. That's much better.
Okay. This is not going to be great, and nor is it a worthwhile speech. I just really wanted to thank Susan Ford for coming forward with her courage from across the line between Woodside and Portola Valley, and for her ongoing faith that Portola Valley will do the right thing by its founders and by its ongoing donors and loyal citizens. I know we can do this and do what the state expects us to do. I know we can, and I know you've got a plan that's going to work. But I would agree that taking that very limited amount of open space that is Ford Field, and with those beautiful oak trees and that world-class creek that needs to be protected, and we know very well from all the legal fights that have gone on to protect it, how important it is that this is not the place to be putting development. I think we owe it to ourselves, if we are going to do it, that we do it in downtown, for what it's worth, Portola Valley. And that means Christ Church, that means the town center, that means the very corner of Portola Valley and of Portola Road and Alpine behind Roberts. I think really you need to look again at the Roberts parking lot because that is very important. And I know you guys are going to do a great job with this, and just keep up the good fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Next, let's see, Dave Cardinal.
Hi there. After 30 years here, I thought I was as protective as anyone of where we live, but we've reached the new high or low, I suppose. The discussion mostly has been around how to avoid providing any affordable housing that's realistic, as far as I can tell. We have a right and an obligation, I think. We have over 1,000 people who work here every day who come in and have no place to live, and many of them live hours away. We're not dealing with that. JADUs they're great, but if I'm a family of 4, do I really want to live in a bedroom in your downstairs? That's not a full solution. So I think we need to be adults about this, whether or not we have a arena allocation, and own up to our responsibilities to share our wealth that we achieved, in fairness, partially due to our unique status. If you want to read The Color of Law, you can read a lot about how many of us were able to get here when others weren't, with others. And I think whether we put it at Ford Field, or my preference would be near the Portola Alpine intersection, because it's already a semi-developed area, we need to do something and not just keep dragging our feet. And for all the faults of RENA, I'm happy that they've maybe forced us to face these issues and actually pay attention to them. And I think, we can't just say we're going to build more ADUs like Woodside. We've been told time and again that's not going to work. So I hope we use this as a growing opportunity instead of just a way to whine. So thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Judith Murphy.
Hi there. I'll try to be quick. I love the sunrise or sunset idea, and I'm wondering if it'd be possible to do this more simply. Could we do it operationally without a complex specifying in the plan? I'm thinking specifically of pushing harder for ADUs and JADUs during the cycle, not in the document you're building now. But if the numbers are sufficient to meet the progress we're supposed to meet, then because the town owns Ford Field, we would not proceed with Ford Field. And I can imagine a wonderful civic endeavor: save Ford Field, build an ADU. That might get us somewhere. There seems to be an overwhelming desire in the town to solve this problem with ADUs. I understand we can't do that in this RENA document, but I believe we could do it in reality. And I'm concerned that the incentives that we're talking about for ADUs are all to sunrise. That I think we should be putting those incentives in place right now, because if they're going to come in a couple of years, why would I build an ADU now if you'll give me money in 3 years? Makes no sense. If we try to push ADUs now, simplify now, streamline now, permit now, and watch those numbers, because we're going to be reporting to the state every year. And if we got ahead on our low income numbers, so especially JADUs, which are much less expensive, then we wouldn't have to develop Ford Field in order to meet our numbers. We would have it on the books, but we wouldn't have to do it. And it would be honorable. We would creating low income housing truly, not just on paper. It would spread it through the community. It would get a lot done. And I think we should incentivize ADUs now rather than later. Thank you.
Thanks, Judith. Christy Corley.
Yes, thank you. I'm noticing the Planning Commission, we get 3 minutes to talk, and here we get 2 minutes to talk. So I'm just going to promote that we also deserve 3 minutes here. Let's see. I'm in favor of reducing the buffer. I think it's unnecessary at the level it is right now. I listened to a very long meeting where we ended the meeting with 15%, and then I attended the next meeting and it was back up to 21%. And I'm wondering how that happened, because I thought we were making progress of compromising, and now it doesn't feel that way. I'm curious on Christchurch, if they want to do 8 very low and 2 low units, that equals 10, yet it's going to be upzoned to 20 units. Once that site is upzoned to 20 units, you may not downzone anything in town that you've upzoned. So it will remain, due to law, upzoned, and I hope all the people in this town realize that. to the left of Ford Field, honoring Dorothy Ford. I just wanted to comment that there's a 75-foot setback for the scenic corridor, and they continually 3 times in meetings say that they want to take 16 feet away from that of our scenic corridor. I also believe that the creek, there's a 55-foot setback, and I've heard 30 feet setback as a variance or a concession. So I think as residents, we need to watch what our planners are doing as far as concessions and variances. This is not okay with the residents. It's part of our plan to have these setbacks, and until our general plan is changed, I don't believe we should do it. 2 plexes in cluster building achieves 6 to 8 units per acre. 2 to 3 stories or townhouses provide.
Thanks, Christy. Your time's up. Jonathan Bruneman.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Bruneman, and I just want to commend the town and the committee for trying to do the right thing with the housing element and trying to comply with state law despite a lot of headwinds that the town is facing there. I mean, I love Portola Valley. It's a lovely town. I bike there regularly. And at some point, I could imagine living in this amazing little town. But large single family housing is not in line with my lifestyle, nor our financial means, really. I think the idea of the opt-in proposal is amazing for sprinkling diversity of housing options throughout the town. And I very much understand the desire to keep the community rural, but I challenge that this requires zoning only for large single family mansions. In fact, my parents live in a very much rural town in Germany, and it has a ton of multifamily options there. There is no requirement for a rural town to only consist of mansions. And so I would say to people concerned about the rural character of the town, that the more existing single family mansions will be rezoned to multifamily housing, the less horses will be displaced, and the rural character of the town will remain intact.
Thank you, Jonathan. Trish Heald.
Hi, I just wanted to speak again in favor of increasing the ADU and JDU numbers, specifically breaking out the JADUs, because I think those are a little bit different, especially as they hit the very low income categories. I think I had just a different sort of brainstorm, which might be that when people go into a new build or a major renovation, that there could be a requirement in town to include a JADU or an incentive to include a JADU, and that might add or provide, more numbers to the plan. I also wanted to say that I think JADUs are a solution for the town and for low-income families. Maybe it's not a family with 4 kids, but think of a single mother with an infant or a small child, for example, or my house sitter who has to live 3 hours away from the community in which she works and could live in my ADU or JADU. And our handyman, who is a Mexican immigrant now living with 4 grown men 2 hours away from the community he serves. I think JADUs are a critical element of dispersing low-income housing around our town. And we should spend a lot more time surveying and understanding the ability for our town to provide those and including those numbers in our town housing element, possibly able to reduce the 21% buffer. I also agree that incentives for ADUs and JADUs should come out now, should be well publicized to the whole town, and should be surveyed in terms of who is willing in the next 8 years to take up that opportunity. Thank you, and thank you for the committee for all of your volunteer time and hard work. I can't imagine the strength of your flack suits right now.
Thank you, Trish. Next is Rita Comas-Whitney.
Hi, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my computer just froze. I just want to say for those that don't know that Isola is located where Glen Oaks is. You'd have to drive into Glen Oaks, and Isola is just there in the back. Most people don't know that the horse facility is there. I just want to say, with all of this housing that is proposed for Alpine Road, you know, I've been to a lot of the other meetings where they're talking about evacuation, and so far there's no evacuation plan B for all of this housing that's going to be built. They're talking about roundabouts and talking about expanding Alpine Road, and who knows, maybe there's going to be a light. But for the infrastructure of this town on the corner of West Ridge and Alpine Road right now, since the end of December, we've had a trailer from AT&T. My phones were out twice last week. You know, for all of this housing we're bringing in, we don't have the infrastructure for the current people in this town. My internet is unstable right now. I have AT&T and Comcast in my house, but I have to have two in order to have one. You know, we need a safety officer to coordinate the information for the evacuation. We need a safety officer to coordinate AT&T. You know, the sewer guys came to blow the pipes today. Did they leave a message? Did anyone from the town contact me saying that they were going to be on Westridge? No. This information should be coming from the town, and the town should know that these people are coming to our town. So how are we going to then be putting in all of these units when we're not taking care of basic infrastructure for the people? No buses. And while my last couple of seconds, I just want to say there's some large homes that are in town that are for sale. Buy one of those. You know, give tax incentives to the person that owns it. We all know which house I'm talking about. It's large enough and it can take a lot of it. It has a skating rink, and you know, it could help a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Let's see, I think we're to our last person, Karen.
Hi, this is Karen Batra. One quick comment on the Ford Field. I think it's unfortunate that we only just heard that the money was donated for that. And I think it's important that we somehow keep our word or rectify it somehow. I mean, it's a big challenge, but I really called to or wanted to speak about JADUs. I think there's been some misconception about people here on how other people that have less income really live. I do volunteer tax work for very poor people. I mean, way, way lower than our very low income. And there are people that, you know, families of 5 living in 1 bedroom. So the scale of what you guys are talking about is ridiculous. I mean, people would be happy to live in a really nice bedroom here. You know, they're living in a bad neighborhood and they're lucky they can pay their rent, you know, and let's be realistic. A lot of people, you know, if it's a couple or somebody with one small kid, they're going to squeeze into your large extra bedroom. They're going to squeeze into these JADUs if they could, if they were lucky enough to. So let's not pretend that everybody has to live in 1,000 square feet to be happy. There are plenty of people throughout the world, Hong Kong and other places, you know, that people live in small places. So yeah, 1 bedroom isn't going to be that common for, you know, a family of 5, but there's a lot of situations where people in the Bay Area are living in 800 square feet with large families. So let's not ignore the JADU being a really viable solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I see we have another recent addition to the list, Lee. Lee? One more shot. Lee, you're muted, I believe. Okay, we'll move on to the next person on the list, RDENEGA.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I work at Isola, and I just want to say that I think we do need affordable housing, most definitely. But two things. One, I don't see why we would be giving up our writing center for Stanford's higher income housing. That's not solving anything in terms of low housing. And also, dozens of us are going to lose our jobs and be unemployed if this happens to us. And I really want you to take that to heart and really consider that. We're going to be out of work if this happens. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give Lee another shot. Okay, we're not hearing you, Lee. Jordan Grimes.
Yes, good evening, committee members. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm a lead member with housing advocacy group Peninsula for Everyone. We have members throughout the peninsula and have been particularly engaged with the housing element process and appreciate the opportunity to comment tonight. I'm also a member of the county's housing element equity advisory group, but these comments are personal and are my own. To it, just a few brief notes. I really like the opt-in option that has been pursued here. I think that's a really great tool that would frankly be nice to see other cities pursue as well. On the topic of ADUs and JADUs, they're a great housing type, but the town is frankly going to need more than that. As Mr. Cardinal said a number of comments ago, there are a whole lot of people who work in Portola Valley and cannot afford to live in town. And while ADUs will work for some, they won't work for all. Low-income families deserve more housing options than merely living in someone's backyard. On the topic of the buffer, frankly, I would not reduce it. This is not the RENA cycle of yore. If you look at how HCD has heavily scrutinized the likelihood and real elasticity of non-vacant site development in other jurisdictions, if I were you, I'd err on the side of caution and go with the larger buffer. The reality is that HCD is going to be heavily scrutinizing these numbers, and you're really going to want to commit to more rather than less. And then just the last comment, I heard a couple mentions of Woodside, and I would be remiss if I didn't just quickly say that given the way Woodside's housing efforts have been already received by the state, I'd suggest setting that path aside. Thanks so much for your time this evening. Really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Stephanie Knott.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Stephanie.
Okay, it might be good to tell people how to unmute just because I had no idea how to do it. I would like a little more information, I think, from the planning director regarding, Laura said several times that we either have to have the Ford property or a Nat Horse equivalent dedicated to very low income housing. And my understanding is, and I'm not that educated about this, that we really need a developer to come in and it has to be economically feasible for them to put together a project and to actually build that housing. I don't see how we could go or expect ADUs to fill in this gap, given that construction is so expensive. And why would anyone spend $1 million to rent out to super low, $1,000 a month? And I don't know what the incentives are going to be or what the town can possibly offer, but I don't see how they can possibly pay for, personally, the town to pay for the difference between what it takes to construct ADUs and, to make it even to break even for homeowners. So anyway, that's my question is how do we really get low income housing built? And it sounds to me as if we have to choose either maybe the Ford or the Nat Horse, and I just don't see a way around it that's actually economically feasible. So I just like a little more information about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Jerry Welch.
Good evening. Thank you for all your work and for taking my opinions here. I do have one question that confused me in regard to the changes in setbacks. Laura mentioned a couple of times 4-foot setback. How will that affect our scenic corridor, especially since we're in the midst of building an ADU right now? And I've mentioned before that I thought completion time should be when it is counted, not the date you pull the permit. I don't know if that would if we need to make a change in that, or is that something that the state requires it to be that way? But it takes a long time to get one of these built. Of course, we started with COVID, so I have to clarify that. I did want to speak in regard to separating the junior ADUs from the ADUs because they're very different. And there was an article in the Almanac that I was referred to by another Portola Valley resident. And it did say that the low income rent was between $500 and $700 a month. They certainly won't be shopping in our stores. They must have a very, very low income if that's their rental threshold. I also learned today about Glen Oaks, and that troubles me greatly that we're losing another equestrian outlet. We bought our lot and built our home here because our daughter had an interest in horses since she was 5. And it was the only positive thing in her life growing up. Please don't take that away. Plus it adds to our rural character on the scenic corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Next is Lee Sullivan.
Through the chair, there's been a phone number quite some time in the queue, 851-787. Didn't know if you want...
that person already talked once, so I was gonna wait till the end to have them talk again.
All right, I'll push them down the queue. Thank you.
So Lee Sullivan.
It's confusing because we have
We've unmuted Lee, yeah.
Yeah, we have 2 different Lees right now in the queue. So Lee, L-E-E, can you hear us?
And through the chair, there's also 2 Lees listed, L-E-E in addition to the L-E-A, so it adds to the confusion as well. Trying to manage as best as possible over here, so give me a moment.
So we have the Lee that's been waiting that we weren't able to get through to. And then we have, oh wait, it's confusing. People are they might be on multiple devices.
Hello.
Okay, we have the other Lee joining us now.
Lee Middleman.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, I have a very short comment. A number of statements have been made about the properties that might be developed on Alpine Road and how much traffic they might add to Alpine or properties on Portola Road. I want to point out wherever we put these additional housing, it's going to load up Alpine Road and Portola Road. So why not put them on the main roads, and it will not tie up any of the sub roads that exist in town and get them out of town as soon as possible. I think complaining about having high traffic on Alpine and Portola Road as a result of development there is a nonsense. It's not relevant given that you have to put the houses somewhere in town. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Okay, now let's try again. Lee Sullivan, L-E-A-H-S-O-L-I-V-A-N.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting. Thank you. Thank you all for your time. I really appreciate just being able to listen in and such a thorough, review of information. This is my first time joining. I'm a fairly new resident. We moved in about a year ago, and I live near Isola and Glen Oaks. And so I was very interested in joining tonight after hearing that that might be a place where you're thinking about putting some of the housing. Fully in support of bringing more housing to the Portola Valley area. I think that's great. I really like the opt-in approach that I heard about tonight as well. But I did want to advocate specifically for Glen Oaks and Isola. Part of the reason we moved to Portola Valley was because we were commuting here from San Mateo so that our 8-year-old daughter could ride at Isola. And it's just been such a joy for us to be able to have her there, meet the other families there. I know someone else mentioned that there's over 300 families that are being serviced by this equestrian center. And, I'd just like to point out as well, people are traveling from all over the Bay Area to go to Isola and to go to Glen Oaks. It's not just, here locally in Portola Valley. And I think it's a really special place. It's bringing in, to the economy of this town. It's something that our town is known for. It was a big draw for us. We're almost at the barn every day, just enjoying the horses and the other families and the community that's being built there. So I just wanted to put in my 2 cents and advocate for that. And thank you all for the thoughtful work that you're doing. I think it's really important. And I'm looking forward to getting to a good plan and a good place with all this. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take one more. Oh, no, there's a couple more names. Let's go to Leslie Crease.
Hi, committee. How are you? Never mind. That was awkward. I'm just calling in support of Isola. They're a wonderful place. They're a magical barn. I know when people think of horses, they often think of people with, lots of money doing lots of things, but Isola is the place where, your daughter takes her first riding lesson on that memorable no-name pony who she loves and wants to bring home with her. Isola is the summer camp where kids learn about horses and learn how to ride and make friends and enjoy their days. Isola is a magical place. I don't understand why you would trade that for more Stanford housing. It doesn't really help us with our housing numbers, where Isola does help keep our rural nature. It serves so many children, not just in this community, but in a number of places, and adults too, if you want to learn how to ride or get back in the saddle. I just strongly recommend not touching Isola. And if you put in Stanford housing there, you'll be putting a lot of good people out of work. From the grooms who help clean up after those horses and take care of the horses to the people who teach your kids. So please, let's keep our rural nature where we can. Let's not throw it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Paul Heald.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for being here tonight and all the hard work you're putting in. A comment that I want to make is that I'm sort of catching up. I've read the draft housing plan. I've attended the housing planning committee meeting. I've listened to this meeting. I'm impressed by the incredible amount of work that you all are doing, that the housing committee does, that the town council does. It's very obvious to me that there's a great amount of concern in the town and negative feelings about some elements of this plan. And I'm actually concerned that at the end of the year, 3 positions are up for election. If the negative sentiment isn't addressed in some way, those positions could be removed, and all the hard work could end up being removed and changed dramatically sort of in the last moment. It seems to me that the town is making a tremendous effort to do the most work it's ever done in terms of planning for the housing in this town. I'd like to see that work realized in some way. Some of the things that we're hearing time and time again, I think they can be addressed. I think the voluntary upzoning is the most contentious issue in the town. I think you have options to remove that from the slate. I think you can do that. It would lower the pressure in the town immensely and remove a lot of the threats, the positions that are out there. Some of the other places like Ford Field, Solar, they're up for grabs. If you can do something productive, constructive with the JADU or the ADU, then I think you've got opportunities to remove those and put something new forward. I'm listening to a lot, nothing much is changing at this point, but if something changes, I think the temperature in the town could go down and this plan could really materialize and go forward. And I think all the hard work that everybody's done will then be realized. So thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Let's see. I'm not sure if I've got this quite right. Catherine Gons. Catherine Gons. Let's move on to Jay.
Hi, good evening. This is Jay Hartman, and I'm here with my wife, Holly. We both wanted to say a couple brief comments. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. What I wanted to say is that if you were to draw up a plan of how to create like almost hatred, neighbors hating neighbors and neighbors fighting with neighbors, the top of that list would be the opt-in upzoning. I think it's just going to lead to massive divisiveness in town. People just absolutely fighting with longtime neighbors and friends, enormous frustration among longtime neighbors and friends. And I think it's a really crummy idea given that the requirements can be satisfied by so many other options. And now my wife, Holly, is going to jump in with some comments as well.
Yeah, hi. So for the differences between the ADU and JADUs, I think those are quite different features and should be thought of separately. The cost points are different, but also their potential uses. And we've talked about how, or it's been suggested that families move into the 800 square foot JADU, but I would counter to say that there may be a handful of homeowners, and maybe more than we recognize, who would actually move into their own JADU and elect to rent out the main house. And with the preservation of land and space and yard, we have the extreme privilege of being able to share not just the house with a door that closes, but the yard space. So I contemplate situations where people want to stay in Portola Valley. They may be older or not as mobile. They build a JADU, which is affordable, and they rent out their main house at a reasonable rate. And together people get to enjoy a backyard. We haven't thought enough about that. And I think we need to think about that with a new lens. I think that's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see that we have Lee again. I'm not sure if that's a different Lee. If it is, please jump on and ask your question or provide your comment. Okay, we're not having a lot of luck with Lee. Let's see if we've got anybody else on the list. We do. Oh, we only have repeats, so I think we're done with call the comments from the public. All right.
I think through the vice chair, the only thing I might do, because we don't know which Lee has spoken and which Lee hasn't. So let's just bring the other Lee over for a moment in case that was the person that was trying to talk this whole time. Oh no, that's the Lee that's already spoken. Okay, so I think just one more try for Galaxy, Catherine. And then I think we've got it covered. Okay, so we'll move both of these folks back over.
Okay, thank you all, members of the public. Lots of great input, very valuable. So next we have the responses from Laura. I'm thinking that it might be appropriate for us to take a 5-minute break before we do that. And then Laura can come back and respond where appropriate, and then we will have the discussion among the committee members. Does that sound reasonable to people? Okay, so let's see, what time is it? It's 7:47. Why don't we get back here at 7:55? Okay, great. All right, Laura, I guess it's your turn to respond where possible.
Okay, so there's questions about opt-in and would that somehow repeal SB 9? The answer to that is no. SB 9 is a state law and would remain in effect. The idea was to give an alternative to SB 9 so that we could preserve more local setbacks and control. Could those units potentially be condos? The answer to that is for the opt-in program that hasn't been decided yet. SB 9 units can be sold separately. I think the intent, as I understood the opt-in program, is those units probably could be sold separately, but it has not been confirmed. There's a question about upcoming meetings. There is a special planning commission meeting related to Alpine Hills. That's this Thursday, the 23rd. So the June 29th planning commission meeting is related to the housing element. And you can see that by going to the town website on the homepage, go up at the top, go to calendar. And then on the calendar for this month, you'll see they're labeled special meeting for Alpine Hills and special meeting for the housing element. There's a question or kind of a comment about whether the town has made a specific effort or a commitment to lower fees or streamline the process for ADUs. We have had a lot of those discussions. The process for ADUs now is streamlined considerably over where it was 4 years ago. Since I started, we've almost completely changed our ADU regulations from that time until now. And the majority of ADUs go through just a building permit. So as streamlined as a process kind of as we have been able to make up so far. We could do better, we think, though, with even more handouts, even more materials, putting things in plain language. And all of those things are included already as housing element programs. In terms of lowering fees for construction of ADUs, we have not done that. The fees are in the order of magnitude of about $15,000 for an ADU. And so we don't think that's a hindrance to the development of a new ADU that, as we've discussed, is going to be anywhere between $750,000 and $1 million. So we think that that's appropriate cost recovery for fees. In terms of the JADU permits that we're talking about, of doing just some minor internal work for those conversions, those would be really inexpensive because it's a very simple plan check. It doesn't require a lot of detailed plans for us to review and not a lot of inspections. So those would be really inexpensive in that way. Yeah, Jeff.
Yeah, I'll just add that the fees that remain for both ADUs and JADUs are for people's time to actually do the work to get them to make sure that they are being built safely. So we don't want to ask people to work for free. So it's as far as cutting the fees down, there's really not a whole lot more cutting that can be done for that point. So I just wanted to reinforce that with Laura. Thank you.
Yeah, the majority is really just goes towards building inspections and the physical review of the plans. There's a question about when Woodside fire protection maps will be available. We don't know for sure. The last information I got from the fire marshal is that it's going to be phased, and the first portion of that could be as early as October. But I don't know anything beyond that. Our regularly scheduled meeting with the fire marshals tomorrow, so I haven't met with them on this topic for 2 weeks. So I don't know if there's any additional update besides that. There was questions about the Ford Field site and how it was calculated. We have not done a survey because it's pretty early in the process for us to do a survey. but we have done electronic mapping using good base information. And we calculated that there's about 2.5 acres of developable area. We know that the scenic corridor is there. It's a 75-foot scenic corridor, and the creek corridor there setback is 55 feet. So we took those into consideration when we had the architectural consultant looking at what was possible for that site. So we are aware of that. We did take it into consideration. There's a question about whether we could use inclusionary housing money to acquire a place where we could do affordable housing. We probably don't have the right order of magnitude of money available to acquire property in Portola Valley. I would be surprised if our $4 or so million was enough to acquire something. And then we would be completely out of money, would not be able to subsidize any other kinds of projects or ADU rentals or any of the other kinds of things that we're talking about. That money will likely start to replenish slowly over time as we institute affordable housing, either impact fees or inclusionary housing in lieu fees, but it's slow growing. So in this size community, that money is not going to grow very quickly. There's a question about the buffer, and the resident said that at the end of the meeting it was 15% and then it was back up to 20%. Staff understood the direction of this committee at your last meeting, that you didn't want those higher numbers. We had like in the 20s buffer before. You said you didn't like that. You wanted it to be more like 20. And so we aimed for 20, but with some of the rounding, that's why it came up to 21%, just because of the ADU allocation and how the numbers fell out. But we did not understand this committee's direction to go to 15% at the end of the last meeting. There's a question about Ford Field and the scenic corridor and the creek setback. I've actually answered this question to that resident in the past. There is a prototype, just an example of the Ford Field development that does include the parking, only the parking encroaching into the scenic corridor by 16 feet. The way that our code is written right now, that does not exactly actually even against the rules. We chose to have the parking encroach a little bit into the scenic corridor so that this committee could respond to that. So we could get your impressions about whether that was acceptable or not. The feedback that we took away was generally the interest was protecting the full scenic corridor from development, including parking as possible. So that's just an example. It's not what is proposed. It could easily change in the future depending on what project was ultimately developed there, if any. And again, we did take into consideration the 55-foot creek setback. Somebody said that they heard that we're talking about a 30-foot creek setback. That's not true. The town has different creek setbacks in different parts of town, depending on the lot size. And so I think there may be places with a 30-foot creek setback, but this is not one of them. There was a statement that we should watch what the planners are doing. Please do. You're always welcome to watch what I'm doing. Not trying to hide anything from anybody. Feel free to ask me. There's some kind of statements and questions around like, what are our options at this point? It goes back to what Sarah Wernickoff was asking at the beginning of the meeting. Sorry, my lights turn off. We're very environmentally sensitive here. So we're talking about Ford Field for upzoning or Nathorst. It's always at 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, the building is set to turn off all the lights. So at the end of our meetings, I always have to do this thing with my arms. I'll do it over here. We have to have some source of affordable housing units. Okay, and so after all of this discussion, this committee has landed on Ford Field is a reasonable site based on the information you've had before you up until now. This committee felt like Nathorst was not a superior choice at that time based on the information that you had. There was a lot of concern about overdeveloping in Nathorst and the adjacent neighbors, and a lot of opposition to that proposal back in February, which resulted in what I've been calling the big pivot. And we were calling the 8 new ideas for a couple of meetings. And so these trade-offs, this committee has been through in detail for many hours before. So the resident was asking, like, how do we really get low-income housing built? And, you know, the question in that is, do ADUs do it? And I want to make sure that I'm clear with the committee that it's staff's opinion for legal reasons that we are not going to get certified if we are relying on ADUs for all or the vast majority of our very low and low income units. I think it's a very challenging path to certification. So the best way that other jurisdictions get affordable housing built is in partnership with affordable housing developers in one way or another. So it can be land, it can be very favorable development standards for affordable housing. And it seems like one of the ways this community is talking about doing it is through Ford Field. There's a question about 4-foot setbacks in the relationship to the scenic corridor. 4-foot setbacks we're talking about for ADUs and for SB9 units. That's the only time that comes into play. So I wasn't totally sure on what question that was, but I hope that that helps with the 4-foot setbacks. And then there's a question about when do we count the units, when they're completed or when we have the building permit pulled, and that's required by state law, so that we're required to count when the building permit is pulled. So we do not have an option to count at any other time. Everyone in California counts it at the same time. So that's the best I can do on the things that were actual questions that we can answer. So happy to turn it back over to the committee for your discussion. Let us know how we can assist you in your discussion. So just kind of going back for the repeat, we're interested in the committee's feedback on the things that the Planning Commission brought up at their meeting. And there's very big overlap with, you know, the other things you've been talking about. And then if you have any other comments on the main policies that are really section 6 and 7, that's where we'd encourage you to focus your valuable time. So happy to help with anything else as you get into your discussion.
Great. Thanks a lot, Laura. That's great. So committee members, just as Laura was saying, we're going to go around for discussion now. And hopefully from each of you, we'll hear your opinions on the opt-in program, because there are certainly some people that think that's a disaster, and there's other people that think that it's a great idea. So it'd be great to hear your views on that, and also your ideas on, you know, including SB9 units in the plan. If you've got opinions on changing the opt-in program, etc. Then we also want to get your thoughts on the buffer. Do you think that we're at the right spot on the buffer? Do you want to see a smaller buffer, etc.? Comments on ADU, JADU. Do you think that there should be different projection that we're using, different allocation method? Ford Field, let's hear your comments on where we're going with Ford Field. And then also the idea on the Sunrise programs. You know, what's your take on what's been proposed at a high level by the Planning Commission? And then also, of course, as Laura said, comments on section 6 and section 7 of the housing element. So I'll let people go ahead and start raising their hands so that they can talk, and maybe we can start off with Nicholas, because he's got a lot of expertise in this area anyway. So Nicholas, have you got comments that you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, always. So Vice Chair, why don't I take it in the items that you called out?
Okay, thanks.
And I think that the first one of these was the opt-in. I think that there's a sunrise aspect of opt-in that can exist. My recollection, and I'm sure others will correct me, is that the opt-in was developed initially as a way of identifying and developing an understanding of the interest of residents in increasing density on a voluntary basis. Wasn't necessarily that that we were going to have an opt-in program, but that rather we were going to evaluate opportunities for voluntary increase in densities. And again, if I'm misremembering that, I'm sure folks will set the record straight. I think that that's not a bad idea. I think developing a reservoir of understanding of what the opportunities are to evaluate where potential density could be increased is not a bad idea. In fact, I think it's a useful idea, and happens all the time in the development context, where some entity will basically put out an RFP for a particular type of use. Doesn't mean that you're going to get into queue, doesn't mean that you're going to be selected, but it means that you're going to be evaluated and considered. And it may not be a bad idea to understand where those properties are, to evaluate them along specific criteria, perhaps more exacting and better specified than they are right now, and kind of put them in a holding pen. And to the extent that they, in year 3, for example, evaluate where we are, what we need, and to the extent that there's some really great candidates that we'd like to see, whether or not we need them, it may make sense to put them forward and have a robust conversation. To the extent that we do need them, it could be part of an opt-in program, such that if we are in need to make numbers, that we will commit to some selection to help meet those numbers, or potentially to meet those numbers in conjunction with another opt-in kind of program. So there are two pieces. One is kind of an evaluation of what may make sense in year 3. Lots of time to go and get through the entitlement and get through the potential rezoning to the extent that it's needed. And Kara, yes, I do understand the issue. But if we need the pool, then we have it available to us. So that would be one kind of potential for an opt-in. Another issue that we have, Vice Chair, that I think that the next item, and again, you'll help me with the order if I've got it wrong, is the buffer. I think we need to really understand and better evaluate the buffer. HCD has a buffer that goes down to 15%. It's interesting, not clear that we actually need to stick to their 15%, but it will certainly help with the acceptance of the program if we stay within their numbers. Sticking within their numbers, perhaps at 15%, I'm a little agnostic, combined with a sunrise, combined with a marker saying that we will hit these numbers, and here are the means and methods by which we will hit these numbers, I think could allow us to relax the buffer. But I think we really do need to have a marker put down, identifying how we're going to hit it. It can't be a gratuitous, yeah, don't worry about it. Rather than your 20%, we're going to be at 15%. In terms of the distribution of ADUs, one of the things that I was really struck by as I was reviewing Los Altos Hills, Woodside, Atherton, Hillsborough, was they stuck with the HCD distribution. I found that to be moving, a little surprising, but entirely consonant with what the planning director has been telling me, and I won't say me and us, all along. So I'm moved, I recognize that, and I think that we actually need to be able to describe with some specificity why we're going to break away if we do it. The next item is the number of ADUs. I think that the suggestion of breaking out JADUs, potentially using that as a basis for some different allocation for that group has been identified. They are less costly and may make sense as a inherently more affordable by design kind of structure. I don't have enough knowledge of JADUs, but what I do have suggests that it may be appropriate to put them in a different category, and that needs to be fleshed out. It's also much more affordable. I've also been struck looking at the programs of particularly Atherton at the extent to which the programs are much more robust and better funded than Portola Valley's, and it's worth evaluating whether and to the extent to which they get better numbers because they put the money behind it. Again, I think that there's some evaluation there, but I was struck that they're hitting a 35 number pretty authentically, and that the other neighboring communities also have higher numbers. Do I think that it makes sense to entirely build our program around ADUs? I think the answer is no, and I don't think it would be acceptable. But I think that the numbers could be, and frankly should be, higher than they are right now. And I think that we can develop a stronger program to support that and to further develop the record by looking at what similar hillside affluent communities are doing and what their results are. I'm going to go to Ford Field. I've got to say that reading the general plan earlier today and reading the Alpine Corridor plan earlier today, in light of some of the comments, including, I don't know the widow of the gentleman who established it. I'm sorry, and I don't know your name, but I'm looking forward to getting to know you. And thank you for your bravery in standing up. I found that compelling and moving. I found the discussion in the general plan of the gateway to our community, the use of the term the magnificent oak trees. I know who they're talking about there, and I think that that may well be another good sunrise opportunity. I don't know what the development potential is without taking down that oak tree. It'd be nice to be able to harmonize the goals that are embodied in the housing element with the preservation of the majestic trees identified in the general plan and in the at least handshake level commitment that was made. But I think that we ought to try. And I think that until we kind of wring it out again, I'm really not prepared to say, yeah, don't worry about that tree. It's going to be a casualty. I'd like to see if we can do better than that. Vice Chair, if there's something I've missed, you'll let me know.
No, that's good. That was a good summary of your thoughts. Thank you. Before I move on to other people, I just wanted to ask Laura a question. People are talking about breaking out JADUs, and I think that part of the impetus to that is that they want to use a different percentage of very low cost units. They want to count more of the JADUs as low cost. Is that something that's possible, or we're going to have to just keep the 30, 30, 30, 10 split even for JADUs?
We have to keep the, well, I would recommend that we keep the 30-30-30-10 split. If we were going to do something other than that, we would need a strong rationale based on data. And I don't even know how we would go about collecting that. We have basically no track record for junior ADUs. Our code around junior ADUs is pretty fresh. And so we have only maybe one or two in the community so far. That counts like kind of separately from an ADU. There are probably older ADUs on the books that today under the law would count as a junior ADU. And if they came in and said, I already have a junior ADU, can I build an ADU? We would say yes. But they might be on the books as an ADU. They might not be on the books. So there's different, scenarios that could be in play there. If we break them out, we would be on our own to try to create a methodology that would be acceptable. And so I want to make sure that to emphasize that we're not within any safe harbor. We're not using any HCD guidance. And so there is risk inherent in this, in breaking them out and trying to justify a different number of them. Though the points are very well taken in terms of they're fundamentally different in terms of their cost, sometimes their size, but not always, and how they may be used and the impact on the community, especially here. In some places, the difference may not be as big because of the housing type that we have and the extremely high cost of building an ADU here.
Okay, thanks a lot, Laura. That's good. That's clear. Let's see. So Andrew Pierce, you're up. And you're muted.
Yeah. First of all, I want to comment on how we got here. The reason we're talking about opt-in, and the reason we're talking about Ford Field, is because staff's original proposal to put housing around Alpine and Portola Road was deemed unacceptable because of organized opposition. Since that time, organized opposition has surfaced for everything else we might want to do also. But we weren't even talking about opt-in until after the original plan was found unacceptable. We weren't talking on Ford Field until people insisted that we had to do this all on city-owned property, of which there is very little. So that's how we got here. In terms of my feeling about opt-in, as I suggested in my question earlier, is it might make sense as a last option, and it might make sense as a alternative to SB 9. I'm a housing advocate. If you've heard about sue the suburbs, I've sued the suburbs and won. But I don't think SB 9 is a particularly well-crafted bill. We can do better on our own, and an opt-in plan could be more suitable to our needs, but you just have to put limits on the total number of units and on how it's going to work. In terms of the buffer, it seems reasonable to take 20%. If you take 15%, then I think HCD is going to question everything you do that's questionable, and we're pushing the envelope on a lot of these things. And if we want to go, but I think the Sunrise might be some way to sell a 15% or an 18% or something like that, because you can say, well, first of all, we're 15 and above, and secondly, we've got this plan B. So I would think about it that way. But really, if something is a good idea, we should adopt it now, not adopt it 3 years from now. So I'm just thinking if we need it to help us reduce the buffer. Now, let me talk about ADUs for a minute. First of all, I don't think it is desirable for us to build most of our housing here as ADUs. I know people want to do that because people are against development. And but it's for some of the reasons that have been expressed before, I don't think putting everybody in somebody's garden shed is really the way we want to go. And I think there's also an incredible amount of wishful thinking here. The amount we are projecting is far higher than the amount we've ever produced in this town. Now, if some other town has produced more, why is that? Because it's flat, because the people there are investors and not owners. It's because they have they have a different attitude. One of the reasons people move to Portola Valley is because it's a family and community place. A family and community place, you don't put up a giant ADU next to your neighbor's house. So maybe that's one of the reasons. Also, for a lot of us, I've got a 30% slope out my back window here, so I'm not building anything down there. But and if I did, it would be a fire hazard in my regular house. Also, I do think the people who are pushing ADUs and pushing numbers even higher than those which we're already talking about here are making two errors. They were overestimating the harm that will be done to the community by building housing other than ADUs. I think we can certainly build the number of units we're talking about here without damaging our community. And they are underestimating the harmful effects of ADUs. Do you really want people living on the end of roads and parking spaces that are substandard? Actual professionally built housing is always going to be better than people putting ADUs in remote locations. So we're dispersing people, we're making it more difficult to evacuate, and we're making it more likely for a house to catch on fire. And we're underestimating, I think, those harms. So I think we should stick with the numbers we've got on ADUs. And this has always been wishful thinking in this town for as long as I've been here, that you can do everything by doing ADUs. It's offensive in some ways, but even if it's not offensive, it's just not realistic, given the number of units in the town. It just isn't going to happen. And to think the state's going to accept that, I think, is unrealistic. Now, Ford Field, I would strongly prefer we not develop Ford Field. If there's any part of the scenic corridor that I really like and that a lot of people really like and gets a lot of use, that's the part. It's the entrance to the town. A lot of the scenic corridor is a tree tunnel. That part is not a tree tunnel. It's gorgeous. The only way to get around building on Ford Field, it seems to me, or the Ford Field lot, is to build at Alpine and Portola, I think. And I would favor that. I think it could be done. And those are my thoughts.
Al, you're muted.
Sarah, would you like to give us your thoughts?
Yes, and I agree with much of what Andrew has said. So I'll go through my list here. So for opt-in, I just want to be clear that personally, I would love it. I think it would be fantastic for this town to have a range of that housing type. I like the examples, Laura, that you showed of what could be possible, and it's definitely a missing housing type in this town. And I think there's so many reasons why that would be a great thing to have. I also think it would provide true disbursement, which is something that people have really been interested in. However, I am convinced at this point that it would cause too much neighborhood angst and ongoing uncertainty. It wouldn't just be kind of this thing at the beginning with the housing element, it would carry forward for the full 8 years. And so for that reason, at this point, although I completely agree why we got, we are where we are, where it was proposed for a reason, but at this point, I'm feeling like just because of the divisiveness in the community that I don't think it's worth it. And I say that moving into the buffer as a segue, because if we decrease the buffer at the moderate and above moderate, I don't think we need to have the opt-in. And so as far as the buffer goes, I continue, as I mentioned, several meetings ago, to be supportive of a lower buffer. I don't think we should lower it at the very low or low. I think we should be authentic to our commitment to fulfill that need. And so for me, those should stay at 20%, but I'm in favor of decreasing both the moderate and above moderate down to 15%, which would give you a blended rate of around 18% based on a little spreadsheet I have going here. The sunrise, I think, is a super interesting idea, but the devil is in the details. So, I'm looking forward to hearing what the Planning Commission subcommittee is going to propose as far as that goes. But, as I mentioned before, we need to know what the backup plans are now. So we still need to make the tough decisions now. And it's kind of knowing that this plan largely, stands on the shoulders of the foundation of Ford Field. It's kind of hard for me right now at this point to think about having Ford Field be something that could come and go based on a sunrise, but perhaps the two planning commission subcommittee members will come up with something more creative than I've been able to think of so far. That brings me to ADUs and Ford Field, and this is where it gets so much trickier. I continue to feel like we could have more ADUs and push it a little bit more beyond where we are, but I don't think it's a realistic path to replace the 50 very low units. Another thing that I would be in favor of, and this relates back to the buffer, is, I agree that, if we can avoid losing yet another equestrian location and preserve some of the rural character that Glen Oaks provide, this may be wishful thinking on my part, but if there's a way to do that in a mixed use way, where you decrease the total there, the way I've been looking at these numbers, if you increase ADUs a little bit at moderate and above moderate and decrease Glen Oaks, there might be a path to getting a mixed use way to retain the equestrian, at least a portion of an equestrian facility there, and then have some housing just at a lower rate, in that moderate and above moderate category, again, with lowering the buffer at that category. Going back to ADUs, I guess I didn't touch on the JADU, and I think it will be good to look at them separately. However, again, I don't think this is going to be a silver bullet. That it's not, I agree with Andrew's comments. It's not a realistic thing. I don't think HCD would accept, based on everything we've heard, this is not a plan that would be acceptable to HCD. So I would like to look at it that way, and I think we should track it that way. But I don't think it's going to resolve the major challenge we have there, which of course brings us to Ford Field. I guess when I think about Ford Field, at the early onset of this committee, almost a year ago now, it's hard to believe. I felt like there was strong commitment from this group to do true, authentic, affordable housing. And I think we heard that from the community as well. And I feel like there's still that commitment there. And if we could find a way to do that without Ford Field, I would love it, for all the reasons that have already been said. But I personally have just not, thinking about this, have not been able to figure out a path to get there. And so I'm just kind of reminding, myself as well as those on the call, why we chose Ford Field. It's going to be iterative or repetitive of what Andrew said, but it's town-owned. There was strong desire for not to mix in with the single family neighborhoods. It's close to 280 for good evacuation, and it represents disbursement versus concentration in Nathorst. I absolutely wish we had the information about the donation in advance. I think that either way, so that we could have kind of vetted out those conversations ahead of the fact. But we are where we are, and I would be, I'm sensitive to the donation aspect of all that, and so I'd be interested in trying to understand what it would look like to reimburse the donors if we in fact go that route. So I think that covers all the categories.
Thanks, Helen.
Vice Chair Sill, I'm sorry to interrupt. Town Attorney Silver has her hand up, and I never like to let Cara wait too long because sometimes it's something that we actually really should hear quickly. Sorry to interrupt, but I just thought
that's a good point, Jeff. Thank you. Cara, would you like to chime in on something? If you're speaking, we're not hearing you. Uh-oh, I think I made her wait too long.
Well, we'll come back to her. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Helen.
Hi, thank you, Vice Chair. So great conversation. I really appreciate this conversation. Thanks for everyone. So a couple of things. So today is Juneteenth Day, as we discussed earlier, and so we need to think about furthering fair housing. And as Councilmember Warnickoff talked about creating affordable housing. And, considering that the mortgages that were created in 1945 in the Housing Act and the Homeowners Loan Court, the initial intent wasn't to enable higher home ownership and access to better opportunities. But then because of that, we got redlining. And so because of all that history, there does seem to be some confusion I've noticed on PV Forum, because Westridge got rid of their deeds in, I think they said 1967, when my parents bought their house in 1983, there was still a deed restriction on the house. So because of all of this prior redlining or racial, that has continued, the race part, which is always hard to talk about, but let's recognize where we are on Juneteenth Day. I would prefer the opt-in be kept in for furthering fair housing to keep it across the town. I know many people really are worried about that. But I think that actually really allows a much better way to diversify our housing stock, because instead of just doing multifamily in some places and single family residential, we're still somewhat would be segregated. I think integrating it would be helpful. I don't think the current SB 9 iteration in our town is feasible economically. I just really don't. When you look at the cost of 1,200 square feet that's allowed under SB 9, 1,200 square feet, it just economically, it doesn't make any sense for people to develop that. So I don't see that being an option. So I definitely support the opt-in. I like it, as Andrew said, because you have far more control, local control over what gets built. And that's why I like the idea of the opt-in. I also think that the buffer is the right place. I really support 20%. Repeatedly towns are aiming for that professionally. That's what people are saying. In terms of the sunrise, I like the idea of having some properties in reserve, but we've already done it. The town for years has talked about what sites are feasible and viable, and we don't have that many options. So would you need that trigger if we don't meet those numbers? Probably. But as we've seen, state laws can change. And so whatever we put together now might need to change again. So I'm not sure it's worth putting it together at this point. Although I also, the antagonism that we've seen and the vitriol that we've seen, which breaks my heart. I don't want to trigger that again either. So that's, I worry about a sunrise and just continuing this, that atmosphere. Ford Field, let's talk Ford Field, because I, like so many other people, I supported it earlier, and then I went back and looked at it again, and those two oaks are just amazing. Google did a study actually called Rezoning. You can look it up if you do Rezoning with, I think they did it with SFIE, San Francisco Estuary Institute, I guess it's EI, talking about the benefits on the urban canopy of oak trees in the Bay Area, and how oak trees are the best urban tree around, especially with the drought that we're facing and fire. Right? So they don't burn as much, etc. And then I went and looked at the road ruminant, and because I'm bringing up road ruminant again, because Bay Area together Bay Area, which is the premier environmental umbrella group for the Bay Area. They work with Post, they work with the RCD, Mid-Penn Regional Open Space. They are the umbrella organization who does the premier mapping for all environmental species. They're the ones who are promoting the 30 by 30 initiative for the state to promote it for this area. They don't consider the road ruminant area to be environmentally sensitive. Right next door in the actual frog pond, that area is considered environmentally sensitive. So, so what I would say is, like Andrew, I would put Nathorst back on the map, and I would put the road ruminant because you could do some affordable housing on that site. I know I'm going to step on the school district's toes, and Amy, I'm really sorry, but where the parking is for construction right now, if we could get a ½ an acre from that, which I know this has not been discussed or agendized by the school, so I know that's not feasible. But if we were to get a ½ an acre and put that together with the 1.2 acres at the road ruminant, you could then have almost 2 acres there. And you could get, which would not be on the scenic corridor at the entrance to the town. But again, I know that's not feasible. So Amy, I'm sorry to bring that up. Let's see. And ADUs, my last comment. The one other streamlining thing that I would point out for ADUs is the pre-application that's currently required for ADUs is extensive, and it's basically a duplication of the permit. So I would recommend to not require a complete permitting set for pre-application personally. So I would make that recommendation. And I think that's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Helen. Jeff, well, maybe we should go to Cara. Cara, are you back with us?
I am. I was having internet connection issues, so my hand going up was just a glitch. Thank you for calling on me, though.
Okay. All right. Okay, Jeff, let's hear your thoughts.
Thank you. So 10 years ago, in June of 2012, I began my first Portola Valley affordable housing conflagration, which was the council announced that we would be negotiating to purchase the property at 900 Portola Road to develop 8 moderate income units. And I bring that up for a few reasons. And one is the response to that initiative was the same response that we've seen multiple times in town and elsewhere. The people immediately adjacent to the property got very, very angry and made a lot of noise. People around town, some of them took up that cause and were also angry. And a handful of people, came out and said, mostly fairly tepidly, that they thought more housing was actually a good idea and it was a good thing to be pursuing. And because I represent all of you as constituents, if I hear from 50 people adamant no's and 5 people as tentative yeses, I'm probably not going to move forward on something. I mean, I can't support it until I am forced to, because it is in the best interest of the town. And what I'm bringing that up is that this housing element process is doing a couple of things. One, it's forcing us to provide housing as opposed to something that we were looking at as sort of one-off optional things and sort of doing good. It's actually a requirement. And the other is it's forcing us to reckon with this over the entire town, so that if you object to housing in one area, you're saying you want that housing to go somewhere else. And that's an important point, because it's basically saying you can't play shuffleboard with us anymore, or at least not without somebody, shoving that puck right back at you. That's the game we're in. So with those comments in mind, I'll say a few things. That my concern about the Sunrise is that 2 or 3 years from now, we've fallen behind. We make some change, and some neighborhood now gets thrown into the housing process, and probably irreversibly. But there's no longer the overall community. There's no longer this. I mean, the rest of the community is already sort of has paid their dues, so to speak. So there's no one else is going to be affected by this. So part of town, rightly or wrongly, is going to feel like they're getting slighted at that point. I'm concerned that changing the rule, not changing the rules, but sort of triggering something 3 years from now gets us back to where we are right now, where people are you know, upset. Some of them are trying to push things back and forth between neighborhoods, but at that point, there's not going to be a neighborhood to push it onto. That's my concern about the sunrise aspect of this. You know, the opt-in, I generally support it. It has the same appeal as the ADUs in that it disperses housing throughout the community, and it is somewhat market driven. People get to decide that. I don't want to minimize sort of the issues with neighbors, but frankly, you know, we see neighbors object to ADUs. You know, I mean, we saw a neighbor object to the ADU on Cervantes that's being built. We see neighbors worried about SB9 lot splits. I mean, there's, you know, if, you know, everyone's a libertarian until their neighbor wants to build a house. Anything we do is going to, you know, anything that somebody does on their property is going to trigger responses from neighbors, and that's fair. That's I'm not denigrating that. That is a fair response to be concerned about what your neighbor is doing. I just think that the opt-in creates an option that goes a little bit beyond SB9 and probably doesn't incur. If someone wants to develop their property at a higher density, they've got SB9. This would give them an option that might actually lead to better outcomes. The buffer, one of my roles here is to manage risk for the community. I believe we are better served by getting this element approved through the first pass, if at all possible. My feeling is to manage our risk by keeping the buffer at a place that I think is likely to get approved. That's my 2 cents on that, which is at the current 20-21% level. ADUs and JADUs, the state has made it very clear they are not going to be satisfied with us using ADUs to satisfy our housing element. They are looking to force communities like us to build higher density multifamily housing. That is one of the points of the enhanced RENA process. They're basically, you know, SB9 was basically saying you're not allowed to have single family zoning anymore. And the ADU, you know, the RENA requirements, the, you know, 24 or more laws now that support it are here to say communities like ours are now expected to build higher density housing. You know, we can add more ADUs, although there's some questions I think about the, you know, I don't think HCD is going to be very receptive to our arguments that we can encourage more, for better or worse. And frankly, they're not going to let us build enough that we can avoid building some high density housing. I just don't, that's not a trade-off that is going to be it's going to be allowed. But HCD is not going to accept it. I'll put it that way. So we can think about adding some more ADUs and maybe separating out the JDUs, but it's not going to get us out of the central problem here, which is that we have to build higher density housing. And that brings me to Ford Field. You know, look, I take no pleasure in the idea of turning an open space property into housing. I really don't. I never wanted to do this. We're considering this because it's a bad option, but it's one of several bad options we have in front of us. If we want to revisit, you know, the Nathhurst area and more multifamily housing there's a reason why we settled on Ford Field. Yes, it's open space. And yes, I agree that I don't like going back on a commitment way to open space, but you know, our circumstances have changed significantly. And again, you know, as your elected official, as someone who's managing risk for the town, you know, we've in some ways it squared the circle here. It got us a large piece of a really hard to achieve chunk of housing, which is our very low income housing. And it got it away from a neighborhood that for good reasons had concerns about it. It's, you know, it is the field itself is a good solution to the housing problem. It offers us 50 low income units in an area that's very accessible to a route out of town. You know, the downside obviously is we're taking away open space, and I don't want to make light of that, but we are well within our legal rights to do so. I still feel like from a purely planning perspective, it's the better solution. I will, you know, I want to, you know, I want to hear your recommendations if people feel like they really want to go back to some of the other options. But keep in mind, if we take Ford Field off the table, we are putting something like, you know, the Nathhurst properties back on the table. It's you know, we're doing this all at once. It involves the whole town, and these are the kinds of choices we are being forced to make right now. I think that's all of my thoughts, unless there's something I didn't answer for you, Al.
No, that looks great. Thanks a lot, Jeff. That's very good.
Thank you.
Janie, let's hear your thoughts.
Hello. A little bit all over the place, coming in with new information. I'll start with the opt-in. I find it very valuable, and I think the local control is the biggest reason. A lot split with SB 9 potentially is way more attractive to a developer and an outside interest. An opt-in property is going to be most likely protected by the owner next door or adjacent, whoever is opting in. So, you know, I find it unlikely that that resident is going to want to trash the property, right? They're going to want to maintain something that fits in the local aesthetic. So to me, opt-in makes actually far better sense to maintain local control and you know, a range of housing options. Again, the disbursement throughout town. I think if done properly, we can allay some of the fears, you know, potentially if we can really limit, you know, the type of design, et cetera. I think that could actually be better for your neighbors than SB 9. Like I said, I'm a big proponent of avoiding high density housing. It never has worked. It's a terrible idea to cram people in without open space and parks and things. I would say, based on where we stand today, a more balanced approach would to be looking again at Nathworth. It's a commercial district area. The properties that do you know, have those boundaries tend to have a fairly large buffer of their property before it gets to actual residents. I live right there. You know, there's traffic only going one way out. It's a cul-de-sac, you know, things like that. So I would think we might want to look at reopening Nathworth Roberts. That said, to kind of alleviate some of the pressure on the Ford Field, Glen Oaks, Isla, if I'm saying it probably, is there a way to, you know, what Priory did is we raised money for, you know, donors to build housing in honor of the benefactor. So maybe we could build a small 1 or 2 units there and preserve those trees, preserve that heritage, preserve that legacy, dedicate it to the person who intended it to serve the town. That could be one way of looking at growth with being reasonable. And Glen Oaks, Isla, they have made very compelling arguments, and it sounds to me like they weren't really aware this was happening, and there's a bit of a frenzy and a petition and people worried about their livelihoods and families that clearly value that. So I don't know if it would be able to reallocate them to our affiliated housing program, perhaps, and they could put some worker housing there for their equestrian community workers or something like that, where we could minimize development there, open it up back to Nathworth again. ADUs, I think they're great in theory, but you know, if it's $1 million to build, there's not really a lot of economic incentive to rent it out to someone for an affordable rate. You know, it really doesn't make economic sense to do that. I think it's a great idea. And the people that have, again, multifamily situations or want to live in the main house or rent out the main house and live in the ADU, I know people doing that, divorcees, et cetera. You know, it could be beneficial in that situation if you keep it all in the family, but I don't see it being really viable for, you know, outsider renters, things like that. I still love my idea of a community development corporation where we raise money like we did for the town center to actually become the developer ourselves, maybe have a board of local folks who want to, you know, help spearhead that, but then we take control even further. And it definitely could raise the money to do so. I think provide incentives for people, potentially create those programs where we place families in the ADUs and JADUs and various things where we actually take it a step further in supporting those folks to get housing. Cottage communities, things like that. I think the designs I saw from Laura are exactly what I've been envisioning on how to do this correctly. I think Priory's done a great job of that. And, you know, we have playgrounds, open space. We're not just building housing, we're building communities. And we, you know, truly are stronger for that instead of just placing people in a bunch of houses. So anyway, I think I could go on forever, but I really have enjoyed this process, and it breaks my heart to see the place we've come, but I think I'm a positive person, and I think we can come right back out of it if we all just agree to focus on some, positives and really come together as a community and realize change is going to happen and you're going to be a part of it, whether you like it or not. So let's try to do it together.
Thank you, Janie. Sarah Doherty.
Thanks, Al. All right, nearly 9 o'clock. Look, it's so hard. It's just really so hard. I think that opt-in is really contentious. At the beginning of the night, I was all for SB9 because it's coming anyway, and we can kind of deflect the blame to the government. But really, now that I listen to everybody else and try and think about it a little bit more objectively, the benefit of opt-in is that we do maintain local control. So, I think that probably is the way to go. And especially if there is some way that the town can work with landowners to provide incentives to build more of those cottage type communities that we saw illustrated in Laura's drawings, slides earlier. I think if we could do things like that, then that would be nice. And Rebecca Flynn mentioned in her email to the forum this week that, you could definitely have some really nice communities within the community, and it's not going to look necessarily any worse than, the giant houses that we have already. So do we have a big house that has several families living in it? Do we have little cottages on a land that's been, divided during this as part of this opt-in option? Then, that makes it more appealing and palatable to me. The buffer, I still feel I understand the reticence about reducing it because we don't want to look like we're being disingenuous and we don't want to get in trouble with HCD. But I am really, really torn about Glen Oaks and listening to, people calling in. It seems crazy to me that we are shutting down a local business and putting people out of work, losing horses, losing a source of community and rural pride to build houses. So if we can reduce the buffer and find a way to put those 29 units that are moderate income units somewhere else, I think we should look at it, because again, where there was an uproar when we just talked about, it wasn't on the table, but we talked about, making some changes around the Roberts area and other parts of the town centre, and we weren't willing to let those businesses be shut down. So I don't see why we would do the same thing to a thriving stable. And especially when everyone's banging the drum about this being a rural community, well, then we should have horses and we shouldn't push horses further away. So I really feel strongly about if we could find an alternative to Glen Oaks, or as Sarah Winikoff said, maybe we add some units there. You build some more units there so that the workers can, be close to the stables. That would be a good thing too. ADUs and junior ADUs, I think we need to listen to the residents. People have said over and over and over again ad nauseum that they want to see those things broken out. They want to see them considered separately, and we're already asking the wonderful, flexible, delightful HCD for guidance around looking at amnesties for ADUs. So can they add to their list, possibly, looking at ways that we can break down ADUs and junior ADUs so that we can consider them separately. And in program 7.6, the town is talking about having bona fide relationships with housing partners. So if we're going to put forward a good faith effort to match make, as I've said over and over, people in need, housing need with a possible ADU or a junior ADU in Portola Valley, then I don't think that that's ridiculous. So I think we need to listen to people when they ask for those two things to be split, and I think HCD can cut us some slack and look into it. There has to be some flexibility there. And the last thing, Ford Field, yep, every time I drive past it and I look at those oaks, it breaks my heart. It absolutely breaks my heart. But I don't know what the alternative is. No one has come forward with an option for very low income housing. So I know that there was talk of making use of some of the land behind Ford Field for perhaps the parking or perhaps the community centre. I don't know if that's feasible, but I'm throwing it out there because I've heard someone talk about it. So I haven't heard anyone talk about it since. Could we put the parking behind where that bridge is? What's happening with the land behind there? I know that's not Portola Valley, but we need the housing. We don't need to be providing land for parking. So can we do something there so we can reduce the density and the impact that Ford Field has at the entrance to the town? Can we save those heritage oaks? Because oaks, like horses, I think are important. And, there must be a way we can be creative about how that Ford Field would possibly be developed. Otherwise, you're looking at high density housing at Natchez. We've already had people scream and yell at us about that. They're suing the town. It's a big disaster. So it's like a lose-lose. You can't win. So, something's got to give. And if there is a way to put the parking behind Ford Field, or we could put the community centre behind Ford Field, then I think that would be some small concession to the great sadness that is, to me, losing that space. And especially since that it was given in good faith, or not given, but some money was donated so that it would be, an open space for the town and dedicated in memory of Dorothy Ford. So those are my 2 cents. I don't know enough about the Sunrise, but I do think that it does sound to me like that is another can of worms that drags this sorry mess out further and will cause more contentious, more situations between neighbours, more vitriol, more nasty forum posts. I don't think we need any more of that, because I frankly am pretty disappointed at the way people have been behaving in this town. And it shocks me that people would be so rude to each other and so rude to volunteer people who are just giving their time trying to do the best for the town. I'm tired.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, Bob, it's your turn.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the comments that came before mine. I want to make some general comments about my perspective that I think may not resonate with a lot of people on the committee, but I think resonates with residents who aren't on the committee. And I want to do this because it motivates my request to Laura and staff and consultants as they go forward. And that is, first of all, thank you again, Laura. This is an incredibly complex process. I'm reminded once again of just how complex it is, and I'm impressed with your stamina and grace to lead us through this. You and the other staff and consultants, deserve a standing ovation for it. The outreach to the community, I think, has been critical because community buy-in is needed, and for the community to buy in to the result, they have to understand it, and it's made your job a lot tougher. And all of us are grateful for it. So thank you for that. I want to clarify, I've heard this process described in a couple different ways that I don't agree with, and I want to mention that. One way I've mentioned this is being a resident-led effort. From my perspective, it's not resident-led. It's led by the staff under the broad direction of the town council with support from consultants. And the staff has collected and considered input from residents on the committee and residents off the committee. And I think it's appropriate that it's led by staff, but it shouldn't be confused with a resident-led effort. I've heard the draft housing element as being described as a result of this committee's work, and this committee has certainly worked on, been involved, but it's not a work product from this committee. It's a work product from staff, again, with input considered from the committee and non-committee residents. My opinion is that this committee represents the town, but is not necessarily representative of the town. And because of that, staff's job is harder, because staff can't just go by what this committee says. It also has to consider carefully the input it's getting from non-committee residents. And so I think that makes the challenge harder. In the end, it can't simply be said that we're going in a particular direction because this committee recommended it. The non-committee residents' perspective has to be carefully considered as well. In my opinion, there's more than one way to fail. One way, of course, is lack of certification by HCD. But my view, and I'm sure the view of many residents, I think contrasts with Jeff's. Jeff's, your comments were appreciated. I understand you're managing risk for the town, but I think a lot of residents will feel that if the housing element is approved on a first pass, then we accepted too great a impact on our community, that really we should get some feedback that requires changes. And I think people will view it as a failure if it's accepted on first pass. A resident alluded to the possibility that residents, non-committee residents, are so upset that a new town council has a mandate of revisiting the housing element. And I think that would be a mark of failure as well. So my ask, Laura, as you work on this, is where there's ambiguity, where there's discretion, where boundaries can be pushed, when best practices don't use the word shall, I'd encourage you to really push in the direction that minimizes the impact on the community. And my own view, I know it's a minority view, is that, you know, if we get rejected on the initial pass by HCD, that would actually be a good thing from the perspective of, you know, buy-in from the community. Those are my general comments. I had some specific ones as well. But first of all, Laura, I want to ask a quick question. A question was raised whether it's known what the JADU breakdown is expected to be in the spreadsheet. And I think I understood you to say that you only know of 2 junior ADUs that are in existence at present. Is that right?
I don't know for sure. It's very few, something like 2.
Okay.
But I just don't know that number off the top of my head.
Okay. Judith Murphy mentioned that sunrise incentives are actually incentives to delay action. And so I strongly agree with her suggestion that we should be sunsetting incentives to get people to act quickly. I don't understand the economics. I wish I understood it better. But my impression is that in a place like Portola Valley, the way to get affordable housing is either via subsidies, as we're talking about with Ford Field, where the town subsidizes the project in the form of land, tax subsidies as well. Either that or reducing the cost of production. And of all the approaches we've talked about, junior ADUs are clearly the way to make the least expensive housing. One caller mentioned to get her junior ADU, it would cost $50,000. She has, her junior ADU will be a 2-bedroom unit with a large living room and family room, full double bath, a kitchen, and a large deck. So it's really, I think there's a myth about the small size of junior ADUs. I think it came from the specifications for detached ADUs. Here's one example. My neighbor, who is a retiree living by herself, rents out her lower floor. She doesn't want to rattle around this big house by herself. So there's a couple of examples of pretty spacious, pretty attractive units that really are affordable. And so I think we should really consider that strongly. There's a lack of data. Laura, if it would be helpful to have a subcommittee help collect real data on people renting out their house, I'd be thrilled to contribute to that. In terms of the 20 units per acre at Nathorst, the reason that number was chosen was because it's the default density whereby we can claim lower income for all 20 units. I understand the rationale you gave for spreading it across the income spectrum, but if we're going to spread it across the income spectrum, why are we using 20 units? Why not 10? Why not 15? It's as if we're not getting the benefit of that number. And so I'm uncomfortable with the current arrangement. I think the opt-in rezoning, I think in theory, it's very attractive. I think it's going to be a disaster in practice for all the reasons we heard. I think it should be removed. It's only contributing a small number of units, really negligible. And I think the blowback from that is going to outweigh any benefit. If there's a way for it to involve a voluntary upzoning of a section of a neighborhood so that there's not neighbors that are impacted by it, that might be worth considering. Laura, you have your hand up. Did you want to comment on something I've been saying? Or do you want to wait?
I'm happy to do so now. I just want to make sure
okay.
people understand that a junior accessory dwelling unit in our code is limited to 500 square feet. And I believe that's in state law. So that the unit you're describing would be an ADU, not a junior ADU.
It would be a in-home ADU, is that?
Yeah, it would be an internal ADU within the footprint of the existing house.
I did
Those are
not.
two different definitions in our code and in state law.
Okay, thank you. I didn't appreciate that distinction. I mean, maybe what we want to do is not separate ADU from JADU, but ADU detached from in-home ADU. I just have a couple more points, which I'll finish up. So I think the upzoning should be removed as an option. I think zoning should be contingent on us, rezonings to higher density should be contingent, aside for the subsidized high density housing. Sorry, let me put this another way. The Nathhurst area where we're envisioning 20 units per acre, I think that should be done contingently if we don't meet our targets. And generally, the greater the impact on the community, the more strongly I favor making it contingent, because I do think there's a possibility for us to meet our targets. You know, in the minimalist way. Functionally, sunrise contingent upzoning serves as a buffer. I mean, that's functionally it's serving as a buffer, and so I think we should lower the buffer, particularly for the moderate and above moderate. I'm more comfortable keeping it at 20% for the very low and low. And I think those were my specific points. Thank you.
Bob, did you have any particular comments on Ford Field?
Oh, thank you. Especially given the concern about the intent of the donation, but even independent of that, if there's a way to provide subsidized high density housing in another location, I'd be in favor of it. And I ask that if Laura consider looking at this anew with the idea of potentially preserving the number of fields. So if a field area was dismissed because of the loss of a field, you know, might it make sense to add a field where the Ford Park is? And so there would be a cluster of athletic fields there, so we maintain the same number. That was my thought on Ford Field.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Anne, I think you're next.
Okay, great. Let's see, on the opt-in, you know, I really love the opt-in. I can see there's so many people against it and they hate it, but I have so many friends and neighbors that say, oh, they'd love to downsize into something, and multifamily makes sense. So I hate to give up on it. I see that there's just so much angst and worry about it. If this committee voted to take it out, I would vote for it in the name of consensus, but left to me, I really want to see opt-in in some version that allows more square footage than SB9 splits, but makes it more Portola Valley friendly, like with bigger setbacks from the road and less impervious space than you could build with, you know, 3 or 4 separate buildings. I feel in my heart that there's a way to do that, and that a way that people would like it better than what you can do with other options, and that it wouldn't be objectionable. There's a house near me that's 10,000 square feet. I mean, you could, what if you built that, but just carved it up? I know people would say, oh, there's not so many residents. There's another house near me that's got 6 independent people, unrelated, living in it. I have not heard one complaint about that. I just, in the end, I don't think it would be bad to neighbors. So I'm in favor of it. I see that it gives people lots of angst though. On the buffer, I'm happy with the proposal that we're at now with the 20%. I think there's many places where we're kind of on the edge of what could really get built or done. So I like it. If we backed off, I'd be in favor. I think it was Sarah said, let's keep the 20% on the very low. And if we go down, then make it on the higher income level I could go for that too. On the sunrise, my understanding is there's two kind of tabs on the sunrise. One is on the ADUs, if we don't meet it, there's some incentives that would kick in. And two, there's where we present to the state some version of what we're going to do, let's say a high number of ADUs. And then if not, then we trip a project like Ford Field. So I'm going to talk about those separately. Yeah, I don't, Judith Murphy pointed out, and I like her thinking that if we sort of announce that, like, yeah, if we don't meet our ADU numbers, we're going to start paying. And that does just make people not submit their ADUs. They're going to wait some amount of time to get the money. So I'm uncomfortable with that. And on the rezone later, which I think would be, we present a high number for ADUs. If we don't meet it, then we trip the Ford Field. As Jeff Al said, I just really like it when we have the fights now. Just fight it out, argue about this site, that site. I'm much more uncomfortable about this sort of trigger where I'm a little worried people wouldn't be paying attention and then all of a sudden, boom, something happens later. So I'm against the rezone later. As painful as it is, I want to take all my lumps right now before we submit it. Oh, and the Ford Field, I went through this process on the committee with lots of you, and there were many months I was very depressed. Just no hope that we were going to get there. We were going to the state was going to take over our zoning eventually, and I really hate that. Just can't live with it. Then when we kind of gelled around or realized the Ford Field, town owned it, we could do it, things really looked up to me. I felt like we have a path. So I'm really in favor of keeping the Ford Field and what we've planned out. I'm uncomfortable about people donating money and then the world changes, but the world does change. I don't know if this analogy is good, but if you gave your kid money and you said, hey, this is for the grandkids to go to college, they're like, great. It's not even a handshake, not even a hug, barely a hug. But then the grandkid got cystic fibrosis or something and needed medical expenses in addition or instead of college. I mean, yeah, you'd go for it, right? I feel like the world has changed. The town is between a rock and a hard place, and the town needs this property. And I just hope that the donors feel that it was given in good faith. The town council at the time spent it in good faith, and the town council and our committee and the planning commission, they're all acting in good faith and trying to make the best decision for the resources and the situation that we're in. This wasn't on the list, but can I talk about Glen Oaks? I do wish we could keep the horses. And I know nothing about horses and how to manage them, but I'd be in favor if there's any way to, if Stanford then chooses to put faculty housing at Glen Oaks, that we have a fundraising. Let me just say, maybe everybody knows this, but the Glen Oaks property is skinny in spots, wide in spots, skinny in spots, wide in spots. Of course, the housing is better put in the wide spots. But if there's an option to then move and raise money to make the corrals or whatever you call them in the skinny spots, I would be in favor of that to try to keep some of the horse capabilities. That's all.
Okay, great, thanks. Let's see, I will go ahead and go through a few of my comments, and then I think Jocelyn had a few comments that she had sent to you. Is that right, Laura?
Yes, Jocelyn was listening on the phone as much as she could, and she did send me some comments that I have to offer for her.
Okay. All right. Well, why don't I go ahead and then we'll let Jocelyn have the last word. First of all, I really want to thank all the committee members. I think that the level of discussion has been phenomenal, with everyone really giving a lot of insight into their positions and their thinking. I'll go through my list now. Opt-in, I think that the opt-in is a good proposal. To me, it really is our equivalent to SB 9 and gives us some local control. So I don't think that it's going to result in some major disaster. I do think that if we keep it in the plan, we should find some way to limit the number. So just in the weird case that it does not turn out the way I think it will as a big success, we limit it to, you know, a small number of properties. Let's see, buffer. My thinking is kind of along the lines of Jeff's. You know, let's just have a reasonable plan that gets approved. I think the 20% buffer is right. Yeah. ADUs and JADUs. I think people are being completely unrealistic thinking that that is going to be the source of our low-cost housing. I think that, you know, if you do the math, for us to replace Ford Field with ADUs and JADUs, we'd have to have an additional 165 units built on top of the 90 or so that Laura's already got in the plan, which is already a stretch. So I don't think anybody can realistically say that they think there's any hope of us getting to 250 ADUs and JDUs over an 8-year period. So really, to me, I think that the numbers that are in there for ADUs now are reasonable. Fine, put in what we think we'll get for JADUs, and maybe that bumps the number up a little bit, but it doesn't eliminate the need that we have to make a hard decision between either Ford Field or the Nat Horse area. And from my way of thinking, they're both horrible choices, and Ford Field is slightly less horrible. So I think we should stick with the current plans to rezone Ford Field for low-cost housing. I'm not a fan of the Sunrise programs. To me, that's just a way to defer hard decisions, and it allows us to continue this arguing for many, many years into the future. So I'm not in favor of it. I think that it's complicated, a lot of work, and just prolongs the agony. Let's see. I think that that's it for my comments. So let's hear from Jocelyn now.
Okay, on behalf of Jocelyn, she says, I don't support Sunrise provisions for reason that others have given. I like a 19% buffer, but could see going a bit lower. And then she says she's okay with the 20% buffer. So right in there at 19 or 20, she was comfortable with. She does not see an alternative to Ford Field to achieve the 50 very low income units. So she's supportive of a project there, especially the reasons given by Jeff. She supports the opt-in as a good alternative type of housing. The town can manage the project as opposed to SB 9 units. She would keep the ADUs as is, and she would remove SB 9s from the numbers. So she would not include them. She would keep the opt-in and the ADUs as they are. And then she said she likes Sarah's suggestion about the parking or the community center across the bridge, if that's possible.
Okay, that's great. So now let me ask you, have you gotten what you need from us on this topic?
Okay, so we have several areas. There's nature in my office. There's several topics where it feels like it's pretty split. So I think we should do a show of hands for some of those so that we can reflect that into the record. It will really help Planning Commission and the council, even if it's split, to know how, do you know what I mean, split it is on the things there's not consensus. Yeah. So I would recommend that we take a vote on opt-in, whether we have the opt-in program. I think it's good to take a vote on the Ford Field, keeping it like basically as proposed, and increasing the ADU numbers. I think all of those things would be especially helpful. And then if there's anything else that the committee wishes to, thinking about the task that the Planning Commission and the council has ahead of it, if there's anything else that you would like to capture as a group. But those are really, I think, the three that would be beneficial from my point of view.
Okay, I guess I think it'd probably be useful for us also to have some sort of show of hands on the sunrise program, the idea of a sunrise program. Okay, so let's do a show of hands on, do people want to keep
hand up.
Sarah, did you want to say something?
Oh, sorry.
Real quick, if you'd be willing to clarify on ADUs, there's a big difference between increasing ADUs a bit versus increasing to replace Ford Field. So if you could just clarify what you mean when you're looking for the vote there.
Okay, am I clarifying that, Laura, or are you clarifying that?
I can certainly do my best. So why don't I just give it a whirl and let me know if I'm getting it right or wrong, okay? So let's start with the opt-in program. Now, we've heard some feedback that we could make some adjustments to the opt-in program. Okay, so like some fine tuning. So maybe assume there's going to be a little bit of fine tuning in the program. So I think the vote should be, should we keep the opt-in program or should we remove the opt-in program?
Okay, so all in favor of keeping the opt-in program, raise your hand.
Okay, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nicholas? No.
Okay, all against, or all against the opt-in program, raise your hand.
Wait, I got confused. I'm sorry. I don't want to get it wrong because it's important. Okay, so against the opt-in program?
Right.
Janie, are you up or down? You have an electronic handout. Can you put down your Zoom hand so I don't get confused? Okay. So there was 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I just wanted to say we should also vote on the horse property, but that's just a suggestion.
I interpreted that as consensus, that if people could keep the horse property, then that would be preferred, or to investigate any kind of mix of uses there. Did I
Thanks.
get that
No, I
right?
was in the car
Thinking
all
that was
day, so I'm
consensus?
really tired. Thanks.
Yeah, if I got it wrong, let me know, but that's how I interpreted it. Okay. Okay, so then the next one that I've got on the list is Ford Field. So the technical team will investigate whether it's possible to develop Ford Field and keep the trees. I've told you before, I don't think it's possible, but given all of the level of feedback that we've received, we can look at that more closely with the technical architectural folks and see if we can think of any options or, anything else in the way that we're looking at it. But I don't want people to assume we can keep the trees, but I heard very clearly that you wish to explore whether we can do that. So I still think that we should vote on it, but you should probably assume the trees are most likely coming out because that's the
Laura, can I
safest
jump in?
assumption.
May I jump in quickly? Is there any possibility that some of the infrastructure for those 50 units could be placed in the land behind over the bridge? I know there was an issue with electricity and whatever else being brought there, but does that have legs, that possibility?
Jeff, were you about to say something?
That land is privately owned. I've met the owner several years ago. I mean, I wouldn't count on it because that would, they have an easement so they can actually use that property. I wouldn't count on them. We'd have to probably buy it from them. It would probably cost at least what we have in our inclusionary housing fund.
Right. Yeah.
I wouldn't, my 2 cents, I wouldn't count on that as a strong possibility. I think the likelihood of something like that happening is small.
Yeah, the best possibility, and this is, I kind of hesitate to mention it, but it's a slight chance that we could work together with Ladera Church across the street, and maybe we could put 10 unit. Now our numbers are going to go down here, but if we put 10 units at Ladera and maybe only 40 or low 40s on Ford Field site, maybe there's a way to design it to go around the trees. So I'm just trying to be creative Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean? Thinking
that's a
about
great idea.
different partnerships or different ways to think about it.
I just want to add to Laura's comment there. That's an idea that was, I don't know, it came up in our conversation with Alta Housing about 6 weeks ago. And, you know, I think it's hard to put it forward as a real possibility until we know, but it's definitely a potential that I've been hopeful will ultimately be something that we could do.
You want to jump in, Bob? You had
Yeah,
something.
I want to ask Laura, do you think there's value in revisiting the possibility of high density subsidized housing elsewhere, with the idea in mind that if a athletic field is consumed, it could be placed adjacent to Ford Field? Is there value in doing that? Because
Well, I think so. I would certainly, this is what I would normally do based on this conversation. I would normally go back based on your suggestion, Bob, and look at the dimensions of the field and at least know for myself if that's a potential development site or not. So I would normally do that, whether you as a committee asked me to or not, just so I could answer that question in the future. And I would be able to offer that information to the Planning Commission and the council. I'm not hearing the consensus of the committee that they want me to do that as a committee point of view, but I would normally do that anyway as part of my normal process.
I'd like to vote for subsidized high density housing, but not necessarily at Ford Field until we know that that's really the only place it can go. You see what I mean? So I'm not sure how to vote the way the question is posed.
We've been here talking about these things for a long time, though, to me.
Yeah, we've got some new information though, and that is the
But with the
intent of
soccer field,
owner.
come on, that's only, what, an acre? How much could it be?
How much is Ford Field?
Yeah, that's like at least half of Ford Field.
Right.
I'm a hard no,
Ford Field's
just to
2.5,
be
isn't
clear, if we're taking out the trees. So if it's possible to have a third option or a more nuanced option, I think you might pick up some more votes on this or more potential, and perhaps provide more direction or nuance to staff.
Well,
Okay.
so I had kind of to that point, we've been at it for a while, right? And so I think the new information is related to the donation, right? And the relationship to the ownership of Ford Field. That to me is the new information. Is what's changing people's minds this evening, for those that have changed their minds? Or is it just you've settled into this idea we've been talking about for a couple months and your discomfort has increased?
For me, it's that information catalyzed the thinking that perhaps we can find another town-owned property preserving the athletic fields. So I'm looking at it through a different lens now, whether or not the intent of the donor, pans out to be documented or not. There's a new way of looking for me. That's why I'm hesitant to sort of give a binary answer.
Similar, I've got to say that it sent me back to the general plan, thinking about what the intent was. Seeing language that said, we have acquired the land and it's in permanent open space, makes me think about, geez, what is it that we've been planning to do for the last X number of years?
Cara, did you have suggestions or thoughts?
Yeah. Thank you. One thing that I did want to mention is one of the comments that came up is Rezoning Field, the soccer use of the soccer field. And I did look up the title report with respect to that field. And that does have a deed restriction in the actual deed that it be preserved for parking, open space, and recreation. So if you're thinking about Rezoning Field from a legal perspective, we see that as very different than Ford Field, which does not have a legal restriction in the actual deed.
Okay, so I am thinking, just a suggestion for you to consider. Ford Field, people have a yes only if or no but kind of phrasing from what I'm hearing all of you. Yes if kind of thinking. So If you want that reflected on the record, we could just reflect that in the notes and carry it forward. So the planning commission and the council have the benefit of your specific opinions. Do people feel more comfortable with that? This is a very important issue. So I want to make sure everyone feels comfortable with the method that we're communicating in.
Well, why don't we do a vote just on Ford Field up or down as currently proposed, and then each person that has a qualifier, then we add that in. So I would assume they would vote against it, and then they would get the opportunity to say, yeah, I would, this would be acceptable if, yeah.
Okay, I
But-
think
so
that's
let's-
helpful. Yeah, then we can
Yeah.
reflect that moving forward.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Just to quickly address Bob's point, just unscientifically eyeballing Google Maps and looking at Rosati's field and trying to put it next to the baseball field. I don't see a way to put the soccer field there that doesn't obliterate both the oak trees and the driveway easement. So I'm skeptical. I'll put it that way.
I was thinking more in the town center of those fields.
I think
But
it's
you
the
were
same
gonna
size
move-
field.
You were going to move the soccer field though, right? Over to Ford Field?
Over to Ford Field, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Jeff's saying that it wouldn't fit at Ford Field.
Oh, I see.
Without removing the trees. Yeah. And I don't think, when I do the calculation on the size of the soccer field, I don't think it's 2.5, it's 1 acre. So the 2.5 acres that we had at Ford Field aren't gonna make it at the
Plus
town
the
center.
parking issue with games and spectators and traffic right there. I don't know.
Okay, well, it's getting a little late. Why don't we have our vote, and then we'll let everyone who wants to put in some additional notes can put in additional notes so that the planning commission and the town council gets to see their thoughts. Okay, so all in favor of moving forward with the low cost housing proposal at Ford Field, raise your hands.
Okay, I've got 6.
Okay, and all against, I guess, raise their hands.
I've got 4.
Okay, and then each of the people that would like to put in a specific comment, why don't you go ahead and give that to Laura?
So I would like to suggest that we further the memory of the Ford family and that we would dedicate the housing to them and their legacy, you know, a beautiful bench, a beautiful garden, something like that, where we continue to respect the intent.
Okay. And how about you, Nicholas? You want to craft some statement that you want to pass on?
Sure. A couple of things. One is we would need to preserve the gateway aspect of Ford Field. And we would need to truly exhaust every other option in order to hit our numbers for it to be something that I would support.
Okay, good, thanks. Bob, how about you?
Is it okay if I just say ditto to what
Sure.
Nicholas said?
Yeah.
He put it well, I thought.
Okay, and I'm not sure who the fourth no vote was, but
That's
if they,
me.
okay,
Yeah, I just think we should build in a location that is not already open space. And there are other locations in the general vicinity of Alpine and Portola.
okay, good.
I want to make sure it goes on the record that I agree with Nicholas and Bob as well. I mean, I voted yes, just because I feel like what options do we have? But we have to exhaust every possible alternative, and we really should try and save those trees.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so one yes vote also. All right, great. And do you have a?
Yeah,
your
I
hand
was a yes vote, but I just want to Oh, because I think we have exhausted all the options. We have been meeting and meeting and meeting. If people had other options, they needed to bring them up by now. I am voting yes, even if those trees go away, and it kills me. I'm losing sleep over it. I hate it. But I'm still voting yes, because I don't see another option. I would like to send to the town council that I am in favor of every creative option to save those trees. If an architect can come up with a design and it saves those trees, I want to have a big town party for her. You know, I mean, take some of our money and spend it on that. I'm on the planning commission. You know, we enter occasionally. I will, this is just me speaking, but I will entertain all kind of, you know, tweaks if those trees can be saved. But I'm voting in favor of it, not expecting that, but just wishing there was a way.
Okay, Sarah?
Yeah, I guess I just want to clarify the vote because I think the vast majority of everybody here, maybe with the exception of Andrew, wants this only, as Nicholas and Bob said, as the very, very last resort. So some of us voted yes with that in mind. Some of us voted no with that in mind, which confuses me a little bit. Because I certainly feel as a very last resort, preserving as much as the corridor and the gateway as possible and exhausting every option. So I voted yes, but I agree with those other comments as well. So I'm not sure where that puts us on the vote, but for what it's worth.
I voted yes, and I agree with those comments, but that's because I feel like we've exhausted all the options already. So, you know, I mean, I think we're there.
And oh, my only other comment is we should, Laura, I hope you're adding Jocelyn's votes into this so we have 11 versus 10 total.
Okay. 7 to 4.
Andrew, do you have another comment?
Well, I just to clarify for Sarah, yeah, I'm in the last resort category myself. That's why I'm voting no. I think I want to send a message that all the other options should be looked at.
I just had a procedural question. Can someone who's not here cast a vote?
Well, it's not a vote that's binding, so we'll do our best to reflect it into the summary that we give of what was happening.
Sense of, got it. Okay, thanks.
Helen, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely support affordable housing, and whether it's and so, you know, if we have to do 2 acres, and take out oak trees, it would be heartbreaking for me, but I absolutely support it. But, you know, I think Nathorst and Road Remnant, the combination of the two, to come up with some combination there, I think that I would like that looked at. And I know Road Remnant was off the table very early, so, but I keep wondering if we could come up with something with that, so.
Okay, let's see. What else did we have? Now I've kind of lost
so
my place in my notes.
ADUs, there's 2 separate things per Sarah's comment. It's like, should we increase ADUs a little bit? Or is there anyone out there that wants to increase ADUs a lot? Like order of magnitude to try to fulfill our lower income obligation. So to me, I think Sarah's right. There's kind of 2 questions in there. I think, I don't know that I heard from any committee members an interest in approving ADUs, increasing ADUs a lot to fill in like a Ford Field level gap. But that's why I want to make sure that we got that correctly.
Okay, so I guess then I'll pose it like this. Is there anyone in favor of increasing the ADU, JADU numbers enough to cover the low-cost housing that we're currently planning on building at Ford Field? Anybody who wants to do that, raise their hand.
Okay, I'm assuming Andrew and Helen, your hands are up from earlier. Your Zoom hands.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot to lower.
I apologize. Can you repeat that, please?
Oh my gosh. So what we were voting on is there anyone who wants to increase the ADU, JADU number enough to cover the low-cost housing allocated to Ford Field currently? So that would mean raising it on the order of 160 units.
Okay, so we have no votes for that, so we can put that aside.
Okay.
Then the question is, are there people who want to increase ADUs a little bit? Now, I know
And
that that's hard because it's not defined.
So we'll
but-
call that 10 to 20%, 10 to 25%, something in that range. So anybody who's in favor of increasing ADU, JADU numbers on that order, raise their hand. Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I've got 5. If we could do the no, just to make sure I've got all the counts.
Okay, and anybody who's not in favor of raising the ADU, JADU number by 10 to 25%.
Okay, good, got 5. Okay, so those were the ones that staff requested, and then I think a committee member asked for a sunset vote or discussion.
Sunrise, yeah.
I keep saying that wrong. Sorry, everyone. Sunrise.
Yeah, so let's say if anyone's in favor of moving forward with the analysis of potential sunrise programs or sunrise sites, using the distinction that Anne highlighted earlier, why don't you raise your hand if you're in favor of sunrise programs and sites?
Okay, I've got 2.
Okay, and if you're not in favor of moving forward with sunrise programs or sites, raise your hand.
I've got 7. Are you unsure, Sarah?
I think her hand is off screen.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Am I
so-
right in thinking that we're done with this topic?
Yeah, I just want to let everyone know what happens next, so there's not confusion going forward. So what we're going to do, what staff's going to do, is we're going to do our very best to reflect this discussion that you've just had, including the votes that you've taken at the end. We're going to produce a summary of this meeting, as we have been doing for the last couple of meetings, and this Zoom recording will get posted. For the timestamps, people will at least only have to watch a couple hours if they want to hear your specific discussion. And then we'll go to Planning Commission is on the 29th. And then we'll get additional Planning Commission feedback. We're receiving public comment right now, rolling. We've been distributing it to these meetings as we go, but people can, if you're in the public, continue to submit comments on the website or at housing@portolavalley.net. Then we're going to compile all those comments, post them back on the website. We're going to write a memo that's sort of just like some themes and some responses of how the council can consider some of those comments. And then the council will meet on July 13th and receive feedback from this committee, from Planning Commission, and from the council, and give us staff direction on changes to the housing element so that we can submit it to HCD for first review. So that's what happens next. Do we have any questions or any comments? I want to make sure everyone feels comfortable.
I just want to know what our next meeting is going to be about, because I may be on vacation that day.
Okay, so we are going to be working on the schedule going forward, and this group will transition to working on some of the zoning concepts to be able to implement these things that we've been working on. So we might take the July meeting off and meet again in August. This group, I think, could really use a break because you've all been working so hard. So I'm going to try for that, but you'll get future communication from us. So we'll go to the third Monday of maybe July, but definitely August is what we have planned. Helen, did you have another question?
I did not question, but I just wanted to say staff's worked super hard on this and we thought we were really close with Ford Field. So I appreciate that you guys are going to go back and do some more work. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so next thing on the agenda is staff updates. Is that what you just did, or?
Yep, just did that. Yep.
Okay, well, that's great, very efficient. Okay, then the next item is minutes of the May 24th, 2022 meeting. Let's see, first we comment and then we ask for public comment, or what's the right order here?
Yeah, usually we get any corrections from you, so the public
Okay.
knows which things you already plan to correct.
Okay, does anybody have any comments that they want to make on those minutes or any corrections that they'd like to make? Okay, I don't see any hands up, right? Yeah, okay.
From the public, we do.
Right. So
Okay.
now we open it up to the public, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me pop that up.
We've got Christy Corley queued up.
Okay, Christy, comments on the minutes.
Yeah, I just like to see more complete minutes and a list of who attended of the community and to be exact on the attendance, because it fluctuates up and down. So I'd appreciate having the highest attendance. And then I had a comment about the summary report, and I have a question about SB 9. They can't buy a developer cannot buy two lots next to each other. So my question is for opt-in, and the owner has to remain for 3 years and cannot move. So with your opt-in, you're not mentioning anything about could a developer actually buy a whole street if people started moving away. I would like that clarified, and then 50 units can turn into 100 units if it's a multi-unit place, if it's bonus density law. You're saying that you may not use bonus density law, but the state of California will make you use bonus density law, and they'll sue you if you don't go up. And that's a question of mine, is could 50 units turn into 75 to 100 units? And I just really love both of those answered. Thank you.
Okie doke. Thank you, Christy. Let's see, do we have anyone else?
Yeah, thank you for taking my comment. There was no opportunity for public comment in the manager's report, but are you saying that there's no meeting in July, even though the deadline for the comments is July 8th? So there's no meeting in July to talk about the housing element in the month of July? And then for the minutes, might as well comment on the minutes now rather than put my hand back up again. It would be nice to see more thorough minutes and who attended. I know that at times it's being reported out that so many people attended, but it would be nice to actually see the names of the fellow residents. People have been quite active on the PV forum, and everybody wants to be heard. And as some of the members had said of this committee had said earlier tonight, that it's really nice to hear the voices, and changes have happened because of the voices of the residents. So it would be really nice to see the names of the residents in the minutes, not just the ones that commented. Thank you.
Okay, doke. Sarah, you've got your hand up, is that right?
I just was going to make a quick comment, if that's okay.
Sure.
I want to, just because we're trying to make sure there's awareness about knowing who's in the meeting, and Rita, you may already realize this, and I recognize your comment was about putting the names in the minutes, but I want to make sure the public is aware that this box here that says PV-Zooms- Rungle. That's the new mini website that's been created where people can see who's in the meeting, when they joined, when they leave. Recognizing again that the request was that the names are listed in the minutes, but I just wanted to make sure at the same time that people were aware that that's available for all public meetings now. Thanks.
Okey doke. Well, then, if someone would make a motion to approve the minutes, and if we can get a second, I think we could wrap this up.
Move to approve. Sorry.
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor, raise your hand, please. Anyone against? Okay, I think that we can adjourn. Does anyone see
I
any
make a
reason
m-
not to?
No, I make a motion that we adjourn.
I second.
Okay, great. All right, all in favor of adjournment?
Thank you, Laura.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone. This has
Thanks a
been
lot.
really, really hard work. We appreciate it.
Good night.
Thank
All
you
right.
for all
Good night,
your
Good night,
everyone.
everyone.
amazing.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.